The girl worked in a tavern and was delivering the next order, which consisted of 1 mug of beer. Suddenly, someone called her. She turned around, looked around the room with her eyes, and saw a man calling her. The stranger told her that today she was wearing too loose clothes, so her lovely forms were not visible. This was the only son of a very high-ranking feudal lord. Since her mother died, he did not give her a pass. Hilda sternly told him that she was busy, to which he replied that there were no other visitors except him. One day he came to her with flowers, trying to propose marriage to her. Another day, she heard from clients that he was spreading rumors that they were dating her. But every time he allegedly accidentally touched her shoulders and hips, and she constantly refused him, even though he was impenetrable. Even the fact that Finto was of noble blood did not change the fact that he was 12 years older than her. Now, the girl could only think that, in addition to everything, he had a terrible character, so she decided to ignore his cries. The man didn't like this terribly, so he grabbed Hilda's hand and said that if he said to come, then he needed to do it, and then asked if she really thought that he would always babysit her like that. The girl tried to break free, thinking that if he had not been the son of a nobleman, she would have broken a mug of beer on his head. But out loud, she asked him to let her go. Finto got angry and loudly asked what she could do to him and what she could do. The girl was shaking, not from fear, but from indignation, and heard his words that it was time to teach her a lesson. She looked into his eyes angrily and screamed angrily that she was in great pain, and then called him crazy. The man abruptly released her hand, and many electric shock pulses passed through his body. The unpleasant sensations were because Hilda hit as hard as she could in the painful place. The man fell to the floor and screamed shrilly that he was dying and needed help urgently. The girl quickly realized what she had done. Because she was able to wound the son of a nobleman, so she was expected to face the death penalty. Her thoughts were interrupted by Finto crying, talking about how she could do this to him. Realizing that she was in a hopeless situation, she again looked at him threateningly, and in response, he yelled that she should not touch him. The man was shaking with fear, seeing undisguised rage and indignation in her eyes. After the whole story with the nobleman's son, the girl was locked in the prison of the main castle. Holding on to the bars of the cell, she thought that she could be sentenced to death. The girl was angry that the man did not put on iron panties and did not protect such important parts of the body. When the guards approached her, she was talking about how she would rather die, with her tongue cut out or her throat slit. After some time, the guards brought her to the throne room, where Finto and his father were sitting. Looking at the offender, Hilda thought about why he was not in the hospital now, and then decided that he wanted to watch her be sentenced to execution. Looking a little to the left, she saw a man standing next to them, whom she had never seen before. The stranger was well-built, with broad shoulders and skin as white as porcelain. The guy had bright black hair and very expressive eyes, which the prisoner's gaze focused on. The girl was indescribably delighted that at least before her death, she would be able to look at something beautiful. She thought that she took after her mother, with blonde hair and violet eyes, so she was often called beautiful. Looking at the unfamiliar guy, she reasoned that his calm and serious face was much more beautiful than her appearance. The silence was interrupted by Father Finto, who cried out about whether she understood what wrong she had committed. Realizing the hopelessness of her situation, Hilda bowed her head and asked the master to save her life. The nobleman's son enjoyed the repentance of his offender, who said that she did not want to do this at all. In her defense, the girl said that it was an accident, the same as when the nobleman's son began to grope her. She said that if he did it inadvertently, then she did the same, because everything happened when she refused Finto. Putting her hand to her chest, the accused said that she thought that they hardly wanted to see her as a daughter-in-law. The nobleman jumped up from his chair and said, how could she even think about such a thing? But the girl interrupted him and said that she also had no desire. Pointing her hand towards Finto, Hilda persistently said that if a person does not shine with intelligence, you must at least be beautiful. Turning to him, she angrily asked him to say at least a word in his defense. An awkward silence hung in the throne room, because the culprit of everything did not expect such a development of events. Suddenly, the prisoner realized that she was only going to ask for her life, and not to accuse the nobleman's son. The unfamiliar guy standing next to them grinned contentedly and let out a small chuckle. Everyone present turned in his direction, wondering what could make him laugh. The girl looked at him questioningly, because her life was at stake, and the guy was laughing at it. The stranger said that, in his opinion, The girl had done nothing wrong and should be released. Hilda was surprised that he was on her side and even called her a girl. The nobleman asked him back in surprise, but the guy said that she just refused his annoying son. The father said that it was still violence, and the girl screamed that cruelty was first shown to her, raising her hand up, which was still bruised. She stated that his son was the first to grab her hand. The stranger turned out to be Viscount Staus, who said that they should regard it as self-defense, but the nobleman believed that she should pay for her actions. The guy looked at the accusers and sternly said that, in his opinion, the nobleman's son wants to avoid punishment for what he did, and since both sides have complaints, then they should forget everything. The father pleaded that his son's condition left much to be desired, so the Viscount replied that if they wanted, they could continue to sort out who was right and who was wrong, if, of course, they were confident that the Duke Arpeggio will take their side. The nobleman said that the girl was of low origin, and that should be enough, but the guy explained to him that in this matter, status is not important. Hilda, who was watching them, did not understand what they were talking about, because she still could not believe that she had escaped the death penalty. The next moment, the guy knelt in front of her and said that his name was Rogan Staus, and it was an honor for him to meet her. Looking at him up close, she decided that he was even cuter, and then she heard him say that she was a princess and didn't have to worry anymore. For some time, the girl could not understand the essence of his words, because she was fascinated by his soft, sweet voice. Pressing her hand to her chest, she continued to look at him questioningly, gradually realizing the meaning of what was said. They remained in silence for some time, because Hilda reasoned about why he called her princess. In this world, where the proof of the highest class is the presence of magical power, the greatest of all was concentrated in the hands of Ruzia Arpeggio. There were only 4 great ducal families in the empire. Arpeggio was one of them, and Ruzia was a great aesthete. One day, the duke scolded her for showing her face to a man. Although before that, they had the opportunity that the future empress was a person from their family. The girl declared that no one would say a word to her face, and it didn't matter to her what they said about her behind her back. The man shouted angrily about how she could refuse the prince's proposal, saying that he was not her type. To his words that the position of the princess was very important, she replied that he could take this place. However, the duke and the imperial family did not pay attention to Ruzia's refusal and decided to engage her to the prince. It was for this reason that she ran away and ended up marrying an ordinary gardener. Despite his low position, the guy was a rare handsome man, which is why she fell in love with him. But the next day, her savior came to Hilda, telling the story of the runaway duchess, who was her mother. She recalled that her father looked normal on the outside, but he lacked vitality and stress resistance. It was difficult for him to do even simple things, so he died quite early. The girl remembered that her mother was always next to her and supported her daughter in everything. Her mother told her that her father was not only very handsome, but also the best husband. Hilda thought for a while and decided that all her memories were not particularly important right now. She asked the Viscount if she was really the granddaughter of Duke Arpeggio, to which she received an affirmative answer. Covering her mouth with her hands, the lost princess thought about how unexpectedly she turned out to be of noble blood. She always knew in her heart that she was never an ordinary commoner. The guy sitting opposite her watched the rapidly changing expression on her face. He asked her if she believed what he said, to which she said that it was very similar to her mother. Rogan clarified what exactly she was talking about. Did she really know that her mother was a powerful witch? The girl replied that she meant that she showed her face in front of the prince himself. Hilda asked his name again to make sure she remembered the name correctly, after which she began to thank him for helping to save her from the clutches of impudent nobles. She wondered how he was able to guess the right time and come to the rescue in time. The guy confidently stated that he had been watching her for quite some time, so it was not difficult. The girl asked if he really saw how she hit Finto and how she was taken to prison. In response to his phrase that he had been watching her much earlier, she suggested that he began to watch a year ago when her mother died, but he replied that this happened even earlier. The girl decided to herself that the guy was a real maniac, but still he was too handsome. Rogan told her that 7 years after Ruzia ran away, the Duke asked him to find her and make sure his daughter returned home, but she refused. Hilda assumed that her mother's father wanted to marry her off to the prince again, so she refused. The guy told her that the Duke's daughter did not want her husband and daughter to be discriminated against in high society. Growing up in high society, if a person has the blood of commoners, then in this world they will be discriminated against. But even among commoners, they are not completely accepted. The messenger declared that in any case, his master had ordered him to observe how she fared. She told him with sadness in her voice that her mother had been diagnosed with lung cancer, but when this became known, she could not even move her hand. She was interested in the question of why they didn't offer their help earlier, and now they were showing up to check on Ruzia's daughter. But the guy answered that the gentleman decided to meet her, but he was against it. Hearing his words, Hilda was very surprised and asked why he made such a decision. Rogan explained that the Duke's daughter was unhappy living in high society and did not want to have anything to do with the Duke's family, so she did not want her daughter to remove her origins. Looking sternly into his eyes, she said that her dreams were very different from her mother's, after which he asked her if she really wanted to become part of the Duke's family. To her question about whether someone really doesn't want this, he replied that the life of aristocrats is not what she could imagine. The guy sternly told her that many of the high society would not be happy about her presence. The girl said that first, it would be fair to give her a chance to form an opinion about this. Rogan continued to talk about how no one would take her side. Everyone would mock and call her names, which is why aristocrats often have to risk their lives for the sake of their family. Her answer was that she was perfectly aware of everything. He said that if this were so, then she would not have talked about it. The girl wondered why he was angry with her and did not want her to become part of the Duke's family. Hilda decided to ask him if she were from high society, Finto would behave so basely with her. Then she asked if he were not a viscount. Would the nobles listen to him and let her go? After all the questions, she firmly said that this is exactly what she wants. Power. Because he does not know how much power he has. Because he has always owned it. The girl explained to him that the young girl is scared to live alone, and every day she goes through a lot. After listening to her speech, the guy dryly stated that he perfectly understands how difficult it is for her to live. He said that the Duke wants to see her, because he wants to check whether the power was transferred to her from his daughter. The girl noted with interest that if everything was so, then she would be warmly welcomed into the Arpeggio family. Rogan said that if she doesn't have the powers, Tan won't be able to watch her anymore, which means he won't come to her aid anymore. Hilda understood that he was asking her to weigh the pros and cons, but, in her opinion, he did not understand anything at all. Looking wearily at her hands, she reasoned that if she did not have the strength, she would return home. The girl involuntarily recalled the words about her mother, that time cannot be turned back. Sitting in the room opposite the Viscount, she firmly decided that she should at least try. The guy tried to explain to her that the Duke did not want to see her out of warm feelings, and then asked if, even knowing this, she still wanted to meet. Hilda raised her gaze to him and confidently replied that she was absolutely ready for this. The Duke of Arpeggio's possessions were nearby. With a crew, it would take 4 days to get there. But Rogan drove the horses so hard that they did not even stop for the night, but slept in the cart. Since the girl was of high class, they even provided her with a pillow and blanket. But she still felt uncomfortable, sleeping on the uncomfortable seat in the shaking carriage. Rising from her sleeping place, she looked carefully at her companion and thought that a strange atmosphere reigned in the crew. After examining the guy, the girl realized that everything was because of him, because she could not sleep peacefully, being in a cramped place with a stranger. Hilda thought that it would be better if they both tried to sleep, but he didn't think about doing that. Now she looked at him angrily, realizing that he didn't even look sleepy. The girl decided to ask him why he wasn't going to sleep, and the guy looked up from his book and repeated her question. Rogan calmly informed her that it wouldn't affect him much if he didn't sleep for a couple of nights. She thought about how she wasn't worried about him at all, but just didn't trust herself with herself. She felt like she might start snoring or chattering her teeth in her sleep, and she couldn't sleep because he wouldn't take his eyes off her. After a moment, the girl was still able to fall asleep, but, as luck would have it, her fears were justified. The guy looked up from the book because he constantly heard snoring and sniffling from the girl. Hilda felt eyes on her and woke up abruptly, asking if she was really snoring. Rogan buried his head back in his book and told her it was no big deal, confirming her guess. Embarrassedly hiding in the blanket, she thought that it would be better for him to answer that she was snoring. When they first met, she thought that this would be the last shameful story he would hear. But now she was even more ashamed. Hilda showed only the bad side of herself, but did not see a single unsightly detail in him. Looking at him more closely, she wondered why his skin did not shine, although he also had not washed, and his hair was clean and shiny. The girl threw these thoughts away, deciding that she would no longer show herself from the bad side. As she fell asleep in an uncomfortable place, she thought about letting him see all her negative details. The carriage finally arrived in the city, where people took to the streets to greet the new day. The Duke's granddaughter watched with interest everything that was happening from the window of her carriage. While looking at people on the street, she suddenly realized that the place where she lived was indeed a hole. Deciding that in such a city, even the working class gets a lot, Hilda tried to push these thoughts away from herself, remembering that she was now the granddaughter of Duke Arpeggio. The guy politely explained to her that she need not worry, because they had not yet arrived at the place. The inspired girl said that since she was now an aristocrat, she should be elegant, to which he replied that she had better start with herself, putting her tangled hair in order. Touching her head, she noticed that her hair was really tangled and needed to be combed urgently. Looking embarrassed, Hilda said that her mother said that elegance comes from within. It cannot be created by external attributes. Rogan smiled contentedly, began to stand up in the moving carriage, and headed towards the girl. Sitting down next to her, he bent down and began to look for something under her seat. Watching everything that was happening, she thought that the guy was too handsome, and her heart could not stand it if he sat down so unexpectedly every time. Taking a comb from under the seat, he told her to turn around so he could comb her hair. Hilda turned obediently, but admitted that she felt great shame about her appearance. The guy didn't answer and began to comb her tangled hair. She thought about how gently he did it. She remembered that the last time her mother combed her hair, but since she died, no one had done this. After some time, the girl dared to ask if it was not the first time he had combed someone's hair, to which he answered in the affirmative. Trying to turn to him, she asked about how many girls he had before her, to which the guy turned her head back and told her to look forward. After calming her down, he added that he once had a dog with long hair. In response to his words, Hilda displeasedly asked if he was really comparing her to a dog, and Rogan said that he was just answering the question. Closing her eyes, she thought that she had no idea what to do, breathe a sigh of relief or be offended. Her thoughts were interrupted by the guy's voice, saying that he had finished combing his hair. The girl touched her hair and couldn't believe how soft and silky it became. She told him that he was very good at it, and then asked if there was anything he was bad at. At his negative answer, she tisked and thought that one day she would find his weak spot. Deciding to change the topic, the girl asked him if she would meet other relatives in the duchy, because she had heard that her mother had older and younger brothers, as well as a sister. The guy confirmed her guess, saying that they would all be in the townhouse at that time, and the Duke received his report, so he should be in the main residence. In response to her question about whether she would really not meet with her relatives today, but only with the Duke, he responded by asking her if she was offended. Hilda replied that she was both offended and not at the same time, and Rogan advised her not to be upset. He coldly added that it was better for her not to meet with them, because no one would be happy about this meeting. She rudely asked him if he had to say such a thing, because they might like her very much, to which he replied that it was good to have hope. The girl looked at him with an incomprehensible gaze for a long time, trying to figure out why he was so cold towards her. Turning away from him, the Duke's granddaughter decided that she shouldn't give up so early. At least the Duke would be glad to see her. Even this thought of hers was in doubt, because everything depended on whether she received the power from her mother. Hilda enthusiastically watched everything happening outside the window. Everything around her seemed very beautiful. Upon arrival at the Duke's castle, the door of her carriage was opened by the Viscount, who came out from the other side. Extending his hand, he politely asked her to be careful not to fall from the high carriage. The girl was very embarrassed and wondered if this was really how ladies felt. Coming out of the carriage, she reasoned that she should not look at everything like a hillbilly with her mouth open. Near the castle, they were met by 2 maids and a butler, who bowed to them and informed them that they had been waiting for them for a long time. Their greeting made the Duke's granddaughter feel uncomfortable, and it seemed to her that all aristocrats felt this way. Rogan calmly asked them if the Duke himself had arrived, to which he received the answer that he was already in the library. The butler informed them that his lordship had ordered him to take them to a small reception area as soon as they arrived. The girl thought that since there was a small reception room, then there was a large one, but this meant that she did not deserve to be accepted in the large reception room. Making a cute face, she asked, since she was so disrespected, could she at least go to the bathroom? Everyone standing around stared at her, and she realized that she was speaking too directly. Hilda tried to make things better and said that she didn't want to embarrass them. The butler bowed to her and said in a calm voice that she could take a bath, and he would also show her a place where she could change clothes. In order not to continue the awkward dialogue any longer, the butler headed towards the castle. The girl also followed him, but Viscount Rogan suddenly grabbed her by the hand and turned her around. He pulled her closer to him and whispered in her ear that if the servants treated her badly, she could tell him. Moving away from him a little, she asked in surprise whether he was really worried about her now. The guy explained to her that he had already said that she would not be treated well in this house. Trying to pull her hand away, Hilda asked if he really thought that if this happened, she would just sit idly by. Remembering the recent incident, he calmly explained to her that she should not hit the servants. To her question about whether he really thinks that she is some kind of robber, Rogan did not answer anything, but his face expressed all his thoughts. Entering the bathroom, the girl admired the beauty and luxury of even such an insignificant place. She walked around for a while, looking at all the decorative items, not believing her eyes. Approaching the bottles, she involuntarily said out loud that one bottle alone was equal to her monthly salary. Approaching the bathroom, the girl touched the water and thought that the Viscount had completely intimidated her. So it seemed to her that there would be cold water in the bath. She took off her dirty travel clothes and sank into the warm bath, enjoying the moment. Hilda thought that the life of aristocrats was wonderful and was determined to become one of them. Her thoughts were interrupted by the entrance of a maid, who greatly frightened the girl sitting in the bathroom. The uninvited servant asked if she could help her mistress with anything, to which she answered negatively. Then the woman said that she would be in the room nearby, and if she needed help, the girl could call her. Looking in the direction in which the maid came out, Hilda involuntarily thought about where the door came from there. Deciding that she shouldn't linger in the bathroom because she didn't know who might come in next, she got up from the bathroom. Looking at the place where she had put her things, the girl discovered that they were no longer there. Hilda couldn't believe that the maid took them away while she was taking a bath. Looking around, she noticed a beautiful dress on the shelf and thought about whether she really should change into this, and also that the maids should have been told about it right away. As she put on the new dress, she realized that it was several sizes too big for her. Trying to cover herself, Hilda thought that it was too big and that she couldn't go out in it. She realized with horror that if she did not hold the dress, it would completely fall off her. Turning towards the door, the Duke's granddaughter screamed that she needed the maid's help. Help was not long in coming, and a maid appeared at the door, asking what had happened. The girl told her that the clothes were too big and asked where her old clothes had gone. The maid pretended to be innocent and said that she had already given her things to the laundry. To Hilda's question about where her suitcase went, the maid replied that she also sent all the things from it to the dry cleaner. The girl asked with horror why she didn't tell her anything and asked if there were any other clothes in a smaller size. The maid answered her that there was only a maid's uniform, to which the Duke's granddaughter realized that she was mocking her, because it could not be that there was not a single thing in the county that would fit in size. She asked if the Duke had ordered that she not be given clothes, to which the maid replied that he had ordered her to be dressed, but there was no dress in her size on the estate. Unable to bear it, the girl angrily asked what the impudent maid's name was, to which she replied that her name was Dorothy. Looking at her carefully, Hilda thought that the maid did not want her to pass herself off as an aristocrat, since the blood of commoners flowed in her. Making a sweet expression on her face, she asked Dorothy in a calm voice to bring her something else. Rogan waited calmly in the hall all this time, and to pass the time, began to read a book. Finally, there was a knock on the door, and a soft female voice asked how long he had been waiting for her. Just as the guy was about to answer, he was immediately speechless because he saw Hilda's outfit. She came out to him in a men's formal suit, which turned out to be the only outfit that fit. Rogan asked what kind of outfit this was, to which she replied that he should ask the maid, who gave all her things to the laundry. He indignantly asked if she really had no other clothes, so she deigned to wear this suit. Hilda straightened her hair with displeasure, showing with all her appearance that she was not involved in this. The guy said that he would immediately send a man to the city to find clothes that suited her, to which the girl replied that it was evening and all the shops were closed. Taking a deep breath, She wondered if the Duke would also think that she did not belong to this society as soon as he saw her in this outfit. Rogan embarrassedly apologized and said that he would definitely report everything to the Duke, and he would definitely punish the culprits. The girl asked him not to do anything, because she decided to figure it out on her own. He asked what she would do, to which she replied that they needed to deal with more important problems first. Approaching the door, Hilda called him with her, saying that his lordship had been waiting for them. The guy sighed with displeasure, but realized that he was unable to change anything in this situation. Approaching the girl, he began to straighten her clothes, thinking that at least in these clothes, she should look perfect. There was an awkward silence between them, which lasted until Rogan finished adjusting his clothes. He calmly told her that he thought that the Duke would not like it, and she should not go like that. Hilda asked in horror if the Duke would really kill her just because of one suit. Having mastered her emotions, she looked keenly at her interlocutor and said that, most likely, the Duke could not wait to check whether she received the power from her mother. Together, they went to the room in which the disgruntled Duke had been waiting for them for a long time. Looking angrily at his granddaughter, he declared with surprise that she still dared to come to him. The girl swallowed nervously, feeling that she was clearly not welcome in this castle, from the servants to the Duke. Making an effort, she bowed, greeted his lordship, and said that her name was Hilda Roos. After carefully examining her, Duke Arpeggio asked why she came to him in this form. He also added that he ordered to give her good things, to which she answered him that there was some kind of embarrassment. Hilda explained to him that the dress she received was too big. Then the Duke asked if she was not ashamed to wear men's clothes, to which she replied that since there was not a single dress in her size in their castle, that is, she was not at all ashamed. Looking at her with anger, grandfather asked if this was the reason why the maid gave her men's clothes, which she calmly accepted. This formulation of the question puzzled Hilda, and for some time she pondered the answer. Pointing a finger at herself, she said that she had asked for these clothes because she thought it would be better to wear men's clothes than a maid's dress. At her words, the Duke became even more furious and began to speak loudly that this would not work. His speech was interrupted by Rogan, who sheepishly said that it was only his mistake. Covering the girl with himself, he said that he had to make sure that she had clothes. Duke Arpeggio tisked displeasedly and said that, in any case, she was the spitting image of her mother. She thought it didn't sound like a compliment, but said out loud that she had heard it quite often. Her grandfather clicked again and suggested that since she was so similar in appearance to her mother, then she should take after her in strength. He tiredly covered his face with his hand, and she thought that he was not wasting his time. The Duke called her over and ordered her to sit next to him, and the girl decided that he had decided to close his eyes to the clothes. He asked if she knew how great a sorceress her mother was, to which she replied that she knew very well, but she had never seen her mother use magic. Grandfather said that in 100 years, no one had been born with such great powers as hers. Hilda knew very well that the basis of the Melbarn Empire was magic, so all the aristocrats possessed it. But over time, the ties weakened, and even among the aristocrats, there were no longer strong magicians. In the tavern, he often heard travelers talking about this, and there were also rumors that the emperor's heir did not have magical abilities. The Duke explained to her that if she proves that she has the blood of a real aristocrat, then he is ready to accept her into the family. The girl asked how she could prove this. Did she really need to learn magic and show her abilities? Her grandfather told her that there was a faster way to find out, and then told her to look at the scroll. The Duke told her that runes were a language used in magic, and what was written was a spell of light. He spoke the word written on the scroll, and Hilda asked him if she had heard correctly. The Duke and Rowan were shocked that she was able to cast the complex spell correctly. The girl looked at them displeasedly, thinking about why the two of them were so surprised. The guy was the first to break the awkward silence, and said that those who do not have magical abilities cannot repeat or read runes, because for ordinary people, it would sound like some kind of noise. Hilda was suddenly struck by the fact that she understood everything, after which she asked with delight whether she really had magical powers. She happily said that she should have said this from the very beginning, because she was very worried, to which the Duke remarked that even those with very weak magical powers can read the runes. He added that if her powers were limited to the simplest, then they would not be able to accept her into the family. Having descended from heaven to earth, the girl tensely asked about what else was worth doing. The Duke raised his head and announced that she would have to stay in the castle and spend the night. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl stood in complete bewilderment, because she did not realize what it all meant. She wondered if there was anything else that needed to be done, but her grandfather told her that was it. Hilda was amazed at how easy the task was, thinking that it was too easy if she needed to sleep in the castle. After some time, Hilda and Rogan found themselves near the very castle in which she needed to spend one night. She looked at him with frightened eyes and reported that he looked like ghosts would fly out of him. The guy calmly said that this is exactly what will happen when she is inside the castle. The girl screamed in fear, not believing that the Duke sent her to a haunted castle. Hilda loudly asked him if he was really sending her to a den of ghosts, to which he replied that he warned her about evil spirits. She thought that it would be better to spend the night in some ruins than in a house with evil spirits. The Duke's granddaughter did not understand at all what ghosts had to do with magic, and only thought that there was nothing simple in this world. The day before, Hilda came to Rogan's room with a question about which castle they were talking about. The guy took a deep breath, opened the door wider, and invited her to come to him. He offered to pour her some tea because the conversation was going to be long, to which she thought that he was very handsome and well-mannered. While pouring her tea, Rogan said that the Night Castle has been used by aristocrats for a ceremony of entry into adulthood since ancient times. He added that he was in the east of the empire, not far from the gorge, after which she asked if everyone really stayed there overnight. Hearing his affirmative answer, the girl decided that the life of aristocrats could not be simpler. Seeing her look, the guy hastened to tell her that everything was not at all as she imagined. Rogan sadly informs her that evil spirits of the highest rank appear in the castle at night, and to counter them, the aristocrats use magic. Hilda asked what this had to do with the coming-of-age ceremony, to which he explained to her that the stronger the magic, the stronger the blood, and evil spirits obey the strong. Having thought a little about what she had heard, she asked whether, if she spent the night in this castle and came out, this would be proof that she was a strong sorceress, to which the guy shook his head affirmatively. The girl warily asked about what would happen if she was not strong enough. The guy lowered his head dejectedly and did not answer her question for some time. After some time, he explained to her that according to the records, if the strength is not enough, then the person who enters dies, goes crazy, or commits suicide. She asked with fear whether there really were such incidents, to which he answered negatively. Hilda reassured herself that it didn't sound so dangerous, but Rogan explained to her that since there were no more powerful magicians, they stopped holding ceremonies. His words did not immediately reach her, but when she realized their meaning, horror pierced her body. The girl asked if the Duke was really sending his only granddaughter, whom he had just met, to such a dangerous place. The guy explained to her that if she didn't want to, she could always refuse, to which she summarized that in that case, she would not receive the title of aristocrat. After an awkward pause, he told her that Ruzia had spent a whole week in this castle. Hearing that her mother had spent a week in the castle, Hilda thought that she should rejoice at the Duke's wish that she only spend the night there. Completely desperate, she sank down on the table and said bitterly that if she knew at least some spells, she would not be so worried. Rogan thought a little, thinking about what could be done in such a situation. He calmly explained to her that if she had strong magical powers, she could quickly learn several spells. The guy told her that all wizards can be divided into groups like this. He himself belonged to the category of sounds and used very special magic. Seeing him cast a spell, she thought that this magic was incredible. Trying to utter a word, the girl realized that her voice had completely disappeared. He snapped his fingers and said that this was his magic, after which the girl groaned a little and said that she thought that magic was something more beautiful and exciting. After that, she decided to ask how she could find out her belonging, to which he replied that she would need to make an effort. Hilda became quite sad and told him that his advice was of no use. The girl asked what category her mother belonged to which he replied that she belonged to the water category and often used freezing magic. She assumed that she also fell into this category, but he explained to her that it was not inherited. He also added that the category depends on the character and preferences of the person himself. Hilda remembered what her mother had said about how water, although it looked weak, was capable of cutting through iron and moving earth. At the end of her reasoning, she wondered how it was that Rogan belonged to the category of sounds. Deciding that she needed to act, she asked him what the simplest spell in the water category was. He poured tea from the cup onto the table, said that he could not do what her mother could. But with the help of a spell, he lifted a drop of water above the table. The inspired girl asked him to teach her this, but he told her that she should feel the energy in herself and direct it to what she wants to do. Rogan added that you need to try several times, after which it should work. Hilda decided that time was already short, so she immediately began to act. She tried in every possible way to make a drop of water rise above the table, but nothing worked. Realizing that she could not do anything, the girl assumed that she did not have magical powers, after which she said that she wanted too much and could not learn magic in one day. Trying to cheer her up, Rogan reminded her that she should think about her character, after which she asked what kind of character she had. The guy told her a basic spell from the fire category and suggested she try to get sparks. Once attuned, she pointed her hand towards the candelabra and loudly cast a fire spell. Looking at the candles, the girl discovered that they remained the same as they were before. Even one of them did not light up. Suddenly, she was struck by a strange feeling that something was completely wrong with her body. Her body was burning with a strange feeling, as if all the blood in it was boiling and seething. Noticing something was wrong, the guy jumped up from his seat and headed straight towards her. At that very moment, Rogan was nearby, hugging her so that she could calm down. Moving away a little from her, he warily asked if she was all right. Looking around, the girl noticed blue fire surrounding her on all sides. The flames created by magic are not so easy to get rid of. Although Rogan and Hilda tried their best, the fire went out only when all the furniture in the room burned to the ground. So now, as they both looked at the ominous castle, the guy recalled that it was very difficult to put out the fire. The indignant girl asked if this did not mean that she had enough magical power, to which he replied that this was a positive sign. Hilda told him not to worry too much about it, because yesterday she remembered something. The guy was interested in her words that her mother said something about the night castle. Turning to her, he asked if Ruzia had given her any clues. The girl said that her mother said that when she entered the castle, she would be able to tear everyone apart with her fist. She happily announced that while working in the tavern, she carried several beer mugs at a time, which is why she was so confident in herself. Rogan threw his cape over her and said that, in any case, he hoped that she would return in good health. He pulled his cloak over her, and she thought that she had the feeling that she was going to war. Waving him goodbye, she firmly informed him that she planned to return soon. Entering the ominous castle, Hilda loudly said to forgive her for the unexpected invasion. Moving towards the stairs, she said that she thought that the castle would be much more beautiful. As she climbed the stairs, the girl thought that she needed to look carefully at her feet. Rising to the middle, she saw a huge picture and decided that it was a portrait of the owner of the castle. Walking further, Hilda decided that there was nothing terrible in the castle, and she was worrying in vain. Walking deeper into the castle, the Duke's granddaughter suggested that she needed to go to bed quickly, because the sooner she fell asleep, the sooner the morning would come. Approaching the window, the girl wondered why it was so dark in the castle and decided to look outside. Rogan's carriage was parked outside the window, and Hilda didn't understand why he still hadn't left. Touching the cold window, she thought that the guy was worried about her. She asked herself if he would really stand outside the castle all night, watching to see if she was okay. Hilda sadly decided that he didn't believe in her that much, but suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a mysterious voice asking what was so interesting in the window. She quickly realized that she was not alone in the castle, and there was someone else right behind her. Turning around, the girl raised her lantern to illuminate the corridor with a bright light and find out who was trying to scare her. The shadow of a wolf flashed next to her, asking if she really didn't know how to use magic. Turning towards the stairs, Hilda shouted loudly not to joke with her like that. Then the shadow roughly grabbed her hand and angrily said that it would cut off and eat her hand. Another shadow hand grabbed her hair and told her that he would keep it for himself. There were many hands around her, grabbing her hair and arms, trying to pull them out for themselves. Among everything, she noticed a small animal running past, waving its tail. Watching the animal run away, the girl suggested that it might be a small ferret. Breaking free from the shadowy hands, she rushed up the stairs, intending to catch at least one evil spirit. The shadowy hand grabbed her shoulder again and threw her onto the stairs with all its force. Hilda's lantern broke, so she spent some time trying to get used to the gloomy darkness. Among other things, the girl injured her hand, and several evil spirits crowded around her. The ghosts mocked her and said that they were having a lot of fun, and she thought that she was hurt to the point of tears. She just wanted to become an aristocrat and live in peace. But there were so many problems on her way, because a good grandfather would not have sent his granddaughter to such a bad place, and would not have told the servants that she grew up in a village among commoners. Evil spirits wouldn't be playing with her now. The handsome Viscount wouldn't behave like this all the time, and she would be able to immediately understand whether he was on her side or not. She thought that her mother was from the Arpeggio family, and since she was her daughter, she did not have to prove anything to anyone. Therefore, now the girl viciously grabbed the clawed paw, reaching towards her, before she could be wounded. Hilda threw the uninvited beast down the stairs with all her strength, after which she carefully looked at the animal. The shadow ferret hit the staircase railing hard and squealed loudly. The evil spirits shouted that she was crazy, after which they decided to run away. The girl rose from the floor and loudly began to cast the only spell she knew. A blue fire appeared along the corridor, from which all the evil spirits fled in different directions. She decided that she didn't need anything else, because the night had just begun, and she would use her fist. All this time, Rogan stood near his cart, observing the ominous silence in the castle. He knew that village people and aristocrats, who were just learning magic, would not come close to this castle at night. The guy thought that the Duke's granddaughter should not have gone there, because she had only recently learned simple magic. His thoughts were interrupted by a bright blue light that illuminated the entire space for several miles around. He looked towards the castle and saw a glow coming from every window in it. Rogan looked at the castle with puzzlement and could not understand what was so incredible happening there. His eyes were full of fear and worry for his ward, who went inside the haunted castle. At the same time, in the castle, 3 half-people, half-animals were hiding from an uninvited guest. The puma-like creature said that the girl could not use magic. Another creature, similar to a lion, reported that the guests were not just stupid, but had gone crazy. Hilda was looking for them at that time and said that if they come out now, they will receive only 1 blow, and if not, they will receive 10. The puma asked in horror what they should do, and the lion suggested that at dawn she was waiting herself, so they just needed to hold out until that time. Puma reminded them that Ruzia had been in the castle for a whole week and asked with horror what would happen if this girl also stayed here for a week. The wolf suggested that the stranger looked like the Duke's daughter, because they both had blonde hair, but the puma replied that many people had blonde hair. Half people and half animals completely forgot about her and were very frightened when she appeared right above them. After some time, the girl sat and said that because of them, she could not go to bed early because she had to walk and look for them. The cougar fanned her vigorously, and she said that he did not know how to wave a fan normally. Hilda thought that this night castle was a real joke, and did not understand why she was so worried. The lion and the wolf stood in a worshipping position, to which the girl told them that she was uncomfortable with them standing like that, after which she asked if they would not take on human form. Leo explained to her that if they were evil spirits of the highest rank, they could, but their powers are not enough, so they cannot become people. She indignantly asked if they really couldn't heal her hand, to which the puma explained to her that only good spirits can heal. Hilda sighed resignedly and sadly informed them that they were of no use. The girl told them that she had heard that they bullied and tortured people without magical abilities, so she thought that they had powers. The wolf, outraged by the stranger's insolence, menacingly declared that the milk had not yet dried from her lips, because she could not use magic normally. She looked angrily at the half-beast who had spoken, causing the wolf to immediately realize his mistake. Hilda told him that she had not yet learned to control her abilities, so she could fry him. In response to this, the wolf said that for the sake of his salvation, he would teach her to use her powers. He calmly said that he could teach magic in 4 months from any level. Since his category is fire, he can be useful. The girl said that he couldn't even turn into a person, and if he came out like that, everyone would run away. To his question about where he would have to go, she said that since the training would take 4 months, he would have to go with her, because she did not want to live in a crumbling castle. Puma quietly explained to her that they could not leave this castle without a contract. He added that in this way the magicians share their power with them, and in return they serve them. She asked if she would need to sell her soul for this, to which the puma explained to her that they are not such evil spirits. Then Hilda asked them why her mother did not enter into a contract with them, and the half-beast asked who her mother was. In response to her answer that her mother was Ruzia Arpeggio, the half-people howled and shouted that everything had become clear because the blood of a mad woman flowed in her. The girl interrupted their screams and asked what her mother had done that was so terrible. Reluctantly remembering the past, Puma doomedly told her that this woman mocked them. They remembered very well how they had to jump like rabbits from one wall to another. Hilda asked them if they had really refused the contract, to which the cougar told her that her mother said that she was not sure if she could raise pets. This answer took the girl by surprise, because she did not understand what kind of pets we were talking about. Looking at the gender of people, she did not see them as pets, because they were partly similar to people. Hilda told them that in this form they would not be able to go with her, to which the wolf said that he could turn into other forms. The girl was interested in this proposal, and she decided to see what forms we were talking about. The wolf smiled mysteriously, and at that same second, the room was enveloped in thick white smoke. In surprise, she closed her eyes, trying not to swallow strange smoke. Opening her eyes, the girl saw a small cute puppy in front of her among the remaining smoke. The puppy calmly stated that this was an ideal form for living among other people. Before he could finish speaking, the girl grabbed him and began hugging, petting him, and talking about what a cute puppy he was. The animal in her hands was indignant at such impudence, but this did not bother her, and she said that she was ready to sign a contract with such a cute puppy. The lion and the puma watched everything that was happening in surprise, but did not dare to interfere in their conversation. After some time, Hilda left the ominous castle, carrying her new friend in her arms. Seeing the animal, Rogan indignantly asked what his ward could find in this castle. The girl happily announced that she had got a puppy and would do her best to raise him. She added that they entered into a contract with him, to which the guy asked how she could do this with the puppy. Unable to bear it, in the past, the wolf shouted that they should not call him a puppy because he was a strong and powerful wolf. Hilda enthusiastically declared that this was the spirit with whom she had made a contract, and he would teach her magic. The guy said that, according to old records, there were magicians who could enter into a contract with spirits, and suggested keeping it all a secret. He said that her assignment was to spend the night in the castle, so there was no need for the Duke to know about the contract with the spirit. The girl thought that she herself did not want to attract unnecessary attention, but she was interested in the question of why her interlocutor was also against it. She warily asked him if he really didn't want the Duke to recognize her as his granddaughter. Hilda asked if he really didn't want her to have power, because she was a commoner, to which he answered in the affirmative. The Viscount looked at her and sternly said that he really didn't want all this. He asked that the puppy be given to him so that he could take care of the spirit before the Duke made his decision. The girl thought about why she was so hopeful that Rogan would be on her side. Trying to shake off her thoughts, she reported that he did not return back to his place at night, to which he replied that this was indeed the case. She asked if the Duke had ordered him to watch her, but she never received an answer. Hugging her puppy, Hilda said that she would keep him because he was not strong enough, but with her he would be safe. As she got into the carriage, she thought that even though the Viscount was her grandfather's man, she was interested in the question of why he was always watching her. Sitting in the carriage, the girl suddenly caught herself thinking that the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The next day, she went straight to her grandfather's office, who clearly did not expect to see her again. He said in surprise that he had no hope of actually seeing her again. The Duke invited her to sit down and said that he did not at all expect her to succeed. She was infuriated by his every word, but she said that the Viscount had already reported everything to him. Her grandfather told her that Staus had not yet visited him, to which she asked how he knew that everything worked out for her. He confidently stated that he had, of course, introduced the observer, because otherwise he would not have been able to understand that she had lied to him. Hilda thought about why her companion behaved so strangely. She was worried that his devotion to the Duke forced him to watch her all night. The girl believed that the Duke treated Rogan as a slave, and sharply declared that he should not do this to the Viscount. She added that since he was going to assign an observer, he should have informed him about it, because then the Viscount would not have spent the whole night in front of the castle. Grandfather calmly said that the guy didn't know about the observer, after which he asked if he really hadn't told her about it. Hilda was amazed by this news. She did not understand at all why he stood near the castle all night. The girl saw him through the window at the beginning of the night, and in the morning, leaving the castle, the first thing she saw was him in the same place. The Duke's granddaughter suddenly realized that perhaps he really cared about her, and she didn't even know it. She remembered that she even dared to say a caustic address to him, without knowing anything. Now she was burning with shame and indignant, because he had not told her anything. The Duke calmly praised her for being able to spend the night in the dark castle. He looked at her not as a granddaughter, but as someone who was beneficial to work with, and talked about how she deserved to become arpeggio, but she would need to learn magic. She asked him if she would now officially become part of the Duke's family. Grandfather answered her that he had already ordered a room to be prepared for her, and would soon call a person who would enter it into the register, and also report this to the emperor, after which he would introduce her to other family members in the capital. He added that she should study diligently so that no one would understand that she grew up among commoners. The Duke said that she must prove that she is arpeggio, not only by her abilities, but also by her outfits, speech, and even her gait. After his speech, he stood up, bowed to her, and told her to enjoy the life of aristocrats. Coming closer to her, Grandfather bent down and quietly announced that she was now Arpeggio's daughter. The girl thought that she had finally become an aristocrat, as she had wanted for a long time, so she still couldn't believe that it had turned out very simply. She just needed to get the Duke's recognition, and the proof was not based on family ties, but only on abilities. But for some reason, she felt empty inside herself. Hilda quietly asked if he really wouldn't give her some kind of reward. Getting up from her chair, she said that this time she tried very hard, so she wanted to get 2 awards. The Duke was surprised by her tenacity, so he asked her what awards she was talking about. The girl thought a little, gathered her will into a fist, and firmly said that she needed a little to begin with. She wanted to take over the Night Castle, which no one wanted. If she had asked for another, there might have been trouble with family members, but no one would be offended by the Night Castle, and besides, no one would have any doubts that she had magical powers, and this would be to the benefit of both parties. The Duke informed her that the Night Castle belonged to the imperial family, to which she replied that she had heard that ceremonies were no longer held in it, so the imperial family did not care about it, and it could be bought at half price. Her grandfather, surprised, told her that he would think about it, and then asked what other reward she wanted. The girl had only one thing on her mind as soon as she came to the Duke. She was interested in the maid who took her things and offered her ducal clothes. Hilda decided to show everyone who was the boss here, and asked her grandfather to allow her to say a few words to the servants. After some time, all the employees of the ducal castle were brought to her, including the butler. Another butler stated that he had gathered all the castle employees, with the exception of those who were currently in the capital. The Duke's granddaughter said that they must have heard a lot about her since the day of her arrival. She recalled that they had sent all her clothes to the laundry, which caused trouble. The girl stated that she understood perfectly well that they would not leave her alone, and they wanted her to put on the maid's clothes, going to the Duke in this form. Dorothy was the first to loudly declare that it was indeed an accidental mistake. Hilda looked at her angrily and asked who gave her the right to interrupt her mistress. She added that there was no forgiveness for them going into her bag without permission. Unable to find a place for herself, Dorothy fell to her knees and screamed that this would not happen again. The girl looked at her displeasedly and asked if she really regretted her action. The trembling maid said that she had committed a mortal sin, after which she asked to be forgiven. Hilda said that she would give her another chance, because it was not only her fault, she simply agreed with the others. She had the lowest status, so the newly minted aristocrat was sure that someone else had taken care of this plan. The Duke's granddaughter suggested who could come up with such a cunning plan, but did not publicly accuse her. The girl decided that the culprit of the whole celebration was Henry's maid, who was more important than everyone else. Hilda said she would give a chance to the person who took her bag and the person who received her laundry back. She also offered to give a chance to Stand, who was monitoring everything and reporting to the main conspirator. The Duke's granddaughter menacingly told them that if they had anything to do with this, then they had a chance to apologize before midnight, and she would forgive them. She added that Anna would give each person who confessed 10 coins. Although it was not much, it was quite a lot for the maids. Hilda knew that this would not be enough, and for 10 coins they would not sell their relationship with the head maid. Then she announced that if they were denounced, then 20 coins would be deducted from their salary, and if they did not come for hours before midnight, then 50 coins would be deducted. The Duke's granddaughter watched as negotiations began among the maids, because 50 coins was half the maid's salary. At the end of her speech, the girl threateningly announced that the one who comes to her last will be fired, after which she turned around and headed out, telling them to think carefully. Suddenly, Hilda remembered that she had forgotten to say something that would completely dismay all the servants. Turning to them, she announced that the Duke had approved all of this, so if they were going to talk to him about this, it was better not to do so. After a while, sitting in the waiting room, waiting for the maids to arrive, she told Rogan what she had done. Dorothy was the first to crawl to her, so as she promised, she was immediately forgiven. But after that, no one appeared for 2 hours. The Viscount worriedly wondered whether the maids would come to her to repent of their actions. He added that the pride of the ducal maids is too majestic and is comparable only to the pride of their master. As she stroked her puppy, she thought about the fact that they were watching each other now, and said that they needed time to think about everything. The girl understood that it was necessary for at least one more maid to come to her and confess. Hilda realized that everyone would think that they had been reported, and accordingly, the more they walked, the stronger the pressure would become on those remaining. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door, which she never expected to hear so soon. Smiling contentedly, she invited the knocking man to enter the room. Rogan was very surprised that she was able to carry out her plan. Immediately, 2 maids came together, after which rumors spread throughout the castle. One of the maids said that she carried the bag, but did not know what the plan was, and the other confessed that she prepared the maid's clothes. Hilda told the third maid that the head maid, Henry, had said that there were no other dresses in the castle. The Duke's granddaughter sighed displeasedly and suggested that they should have come one at a time. The next knock on the door was not long in coming, because only a few minutes had passed since the last maid left. The main culprit of everything that happened, Henry's maid, entered the room and politely bowed to the new mistress. Without raising her head, she said that she was wrong and offered to punish only her and forgive others. While stroking the dog, Hilda told her that she was acting nobly because the worst person sacrifices himself for the sake of other people. The maid humbly replied that she perfectly understood the gravity of her offense. The girl calmly told her that she had already been reported, so 20 coins would be deducted from her salary. The woman could not believe that she would not be fired, after which she asked if this was all a punishment. To the new mistress's affirmative answer, Henry asked if she had asked her if she had come first. Hilda explained to her that it didn't matter to her whether the main entertainer came first or not, because after midnight, everyone would lose 50 coins. The woman left silently, because she still could not believe that she could simply be pardoned. After her, the rest of the maids immediately came, because the eldest forced them. Rogan constantly watched her, and until that time thought that she was making too drastic a decision. During the trial and denunciations, he realized that Hilda made the right decision. The guy couldn't take his eyes off her, not understanding why she attracted him so much. The next day, he was scolded by the Duke for causing a lot of noise with his newly made granddaughter. The grandfather said that she had only recently been in the Arpeggio family and was already behaving as she pleased, to which the guy replied that she had not caused much of a stir. The Duke said that since even he heard about this from the butler Graham, it means there is a big commotion. He then asked him what she was going to do with the head maid, to which the Viscount replied that Hilda had asked for 20 coins to be deducted from her salary. Grandfather decided that this was not a very big punishment, but quite reasonable, after which he added that he hoped that Tarina would not make an enemy out of her. Rogan grinned good-naturedly and nodded respectfully to the Duke in response, understanding what was going on. Henry serves the Duke's wife, Thurine, so by firing the head maid, his wife would treat her granddaughter as an enemy before even meeting her. The Duke asked the Viscount to teach Hilda everything, because it would be difficult to find a better teacher. Rogan was very surprised, to which the grandfather remarked that they had become quite close friends, but the Viscount denied this. Grandfather sighed heavily and said that he knew that the guy was not one of those who would be up to something. After this, he asked that the letter be given to the butler to be sent to the Emperor. The Viscount clarified whether this letter concerned his ward, to which he received the answer that she needed to be included in the house register. Leaving the office, the Duke said that he was glad that Rutia's daughter was so like her, because if she had taken after her useless father, nothing would have worked out. Heading towards the butler, the guy carried the letter in his hands, thinking that it would be painful for Hilda to hear these words. He suggested that she probably would have even turned her table over, and then wondered whether he should have responded to the Duke's words himself. With these thoughts, Rogan went to the window and mysteriously began to look at the branches swaying in the wind. Having given the letter, he quickly returned to normal, thinking that he could not change anything because of some feelings. The guy believed that the Duke's granddaughter, compared to other girls, does not talk enough and expresses her feelings too actively, and sometimes even resorts to force. Standing near his door, he did not understand at all what it was about her that could attract him. Gathering his will into a fist, the Viscount carefully opened the door and then entered his bedroom. His gaze immediately fell on the perfectly collected snow-white hair and sweet smile. The girl was sitting on the sofa, singing a song about how much her legs hurt. Having heard the melody, the guy added to his list of inappropriate things that it lacked aristocratic stateliness. After that, he noticed that such a light and free image suited her very well. Seeing him, Hilda immediately began adjusting her dress and then walked towards him. Coming closer, she asked if he had finished all his work, to which he answered in the affirmative, and then asked what she had forgotten in his room. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she had long wanted to apologize to him. Then there was an awkward pause, because the Duke's granddaughter took a long time to collect her thoughts and clear her throat. Finally starting to speak, she said that that night, when he was waiting for her from the castle, she told him that he didn't have much strength. The girl asked if he was really waiting for her, only because he was worried, to which he replied that she should not worry about it. Hilda did not stop and asked if she understood everything correctly, because she was very worried about this question. She told him that she was very sorry that he had to hold out all night. The guy explained to her that if His Highness had ordered him to keep an eye on her, he would have done so. The Duke's granddaughter smiled embarrassedly and declared that it was not important at all. The important thing was that she was grateful that he was worried about her. The Viscount rudely informed him that he obeyed only Duke Arpeggio himself and no one else. He added that if his master said to kick her out, then that's what he would do, so there was no need to thank him. The girl was not offended by such words. She only said that she was now grateful for the experience. She said that although he did not receive the order, he himself decided to stay with her. Rogan realized that he would leave him in an awkward position. It became even clearer that she was not suitable for high society, no matter how much he thought about it. Despite his warnings, Hilda entered the Duke's house under her own power. He was well aware that there must be someone who could help her stay in this place for a long time. Interrupting his thoughts, the girl said that it is not nice to apologize simply with words. Taking him by the sleeve, the Duke's granddaughter asked if he had time to walk with her. Watching the shine of the earrings in her hair, he could only say that it was already long after midnight. Turning to him, the girl looked at him tenderly and said that this was the time. The two of them went into the hall, where there was a long dining table with several dishes on it. To his question about whether she really prepared all these dishes herself, the girl proudly answered in the affirmative. On the table was an apple pie, which Hilda had prepared according to her secret recipe, thinking that she could make it as an apology for Rogan. After she made one pie to try, the chef asked to write down her recipe. The Duke's granddaughter learned to make apple pie by watching her father make it. The guy looked at her displeasedly and said that she shouldn't have tried so hard. Outraged by the answer, Hilda indignantly asked him why he thought so. Rogan furiously explained to her that the aristocrat should not cook herself and should ask the maids to do it next time, because some cooks might be offended if someone takes away their work. The girl happily explained that she had shared the pie, and the cooks looked at her as if they wanted her to share another piece. The Viscount continued to swear at her, saying that she was exaggerating her merits too much. Tired of the endless nagging, she grabbed a spoon with a piece of pie and sent it straight into Rogan's mouth, saying that she had had enough. The guy began to chew the piece of apple pie he had received, and the girl thought that his silence was much better. Having tasted a piece, he began to eat the rest, asking her if she had really made apple pie as an apology, to which she replied that this was the dish she did best. The Viscount informed her that there was no point in showing off her talent anymore, but then he caught the subtle taste of cinnamon. Hilda was very happy that she was able to not overpower the cinnamon flavor so that her interlocutor could fully taste each ingredient. After drinking a little tea, the guy said that he had never tasted such a delicious drink in his life, because he could well taste the taste of dates in it. The girl dutifully told me that in the morning she had been drying apples and making date extract. To his question about whether it was all for the sake of 1 cup of tea, she replied that it was also that he would understand that she was really sorry. Rogan took a deep breath and said that there was no need to apologize to him, since he was only following orders. Hilda thought that she had not liked hearing such words from him before. Now she believed that it was easier for the guy not to create barriers between them, but to make her follow him and obey. But she knew that the Viscount was not like that at all, so she could trust him. Her thoughts were interrupted by Rogan, who said that she should no longer invite maids to the table and cook in the kitchen herself. He added that if she wanted any special food, she could just let him know. The guy said that if she doesn't know something or has any difficulties, then she can safely ask him, and he will help her adapt to this place. The girl boldly asked him if this was really the Duke's order, to which the Viscount could not answer. She decided to ask if he was on her side, and thought that this straightforward man would not give the answer she was waiting for, but would only say again that he would follow the orders of the Duke. After some silence, Rogan began to talk about how he would be on her side. Taking her hand, the guy calmly added that if it does not go against the orders of His Highness. A little embarrassed, the Viscount said again that he would always be on her side. The girl, who had not at all expected such an answer, blushed deeply and smiled contentedly. Inspired by such words, she began to ask him if they had really made peace and would now be friends. The guy smiled happily and said that he still had not thanked her for the most delicious pie he had ever eaten. After a surprise dessert for dinner, Rogan headed to his bedroom to take a shower. Remembering what had happened, he thought that when he ate the pie, he might not have been a Viscount to her. She was an aristocrat to him, because he wanted to be on her side. The Viscount never wanted to harm Hilda, because he felt deep affection for her. In high society, amidst conspiracies and betrayals, he wanted her to remain kind, honest, and strong. The guy understood that he wanted all this for her because he could not maintain these qualities in himself. The next morning, the Duke's granddaughter was awakened by the maid, saying that it was time for her to get up. Dorothy angrily declared that Staus was waiting for her in the next study room and ordered her to wake her up. Sitting down on the bed, the girl refused the help of the maid because she was not used to being helped to take a bath and get dressed. Lately, Hilda had been learning every day to be a full-fledged aristocrat. At the same time, she learned the basics of magic from the half-beast with whom she entered into a contract. Having become a member of the Duke's Arpeggio family, the girl began to call the Viscount only by his first name. Every day, she was interested in the question of why her handsome teacher did not look sleepy in the morning. Sitting down at the table, she asked Rogan if he was getting enough sleep, to which the guy replied that he slept enough. In response to his words that 4 hours of sleep is enough for him, Hilda said with concern that at this rate he would soon die. He calmly added that he would be able to sleep longer when she became a real lady of the duchy, to which the girl thought that he was trying to blame her. Seeing that his student was trying to sleep on the sofa, the Viscount announced that it was time to start the lesson. The puppy asked in surprise why she should study, since she already has abilities. The Duke's granddaughter reasoned that in order to become an aristocrat, she needed strength, but she did not want to learn how to be one. The half-beast climbed onto the mountain of books and proudly declared that she had absolutely no ambitions, although they played an important role. He tried to explain his idea by citing the example of conquering the entire world. The puppy, in a mysterious voice, told her that there is a spell that builds and destroys cities in just one day. There was complete silence in the room, which Hilda was the first to interrupt, asking her teacher what he was thinking. Seeing the question in his eyes, she asked the question differently, asking if she would become a great witch. Half-Beast said that she could not fight at all, but simply burn the entire empire. The guy said that even if she has great hidden abilities, if she does not get used to using magic, then there will be no point. The girl jumped up and loudly announced that from now on, she was interested in learning. The Viscount made a dissatisfied face and sarcastically said that of course he believed her. Hilda, full of enthusiasm, thought that she would study hard and become a great sorceress, and then make sure that her teacher respected her as an equal. For some time, the girl tried unsuccessfully to use at least some magic. She couldn't do anything, so the puppy asked her if she still didn't understand. He stated that he had already said several times that runes are the language of the witchcraft world, and the world is like a person with whom she must learn to speak. After that, the half-beast squealed loudly that she should feel her hidden strength and believe in herself, to which the Duke's granddaughter asked even louder that she did not understand how this should be. Rogan raised his hand to stop their senseless yelling at each other and declared that they would end it there. since her teacher was just a little puppy. The girl became even more angry because they were now working together. Having calmed down, she listened to the Viscount's words, that in order to discover the abilities in oneself, it is worth trying again to remember that incident, and try again. But Hilda said that she would not call that result successful. She reminded her teacher that it was something she couldn't control, which made it very scary. Rogan told her that she was able to use magic in the Night Castle, after which he invited her to remember those feelings. The puppy happily stated that she should try to think about what was in the castle. The Duke's granddaughter thought for a few minutes, and ultimately decided that she felt dissatisfied. The girl explained that evil spirits grabbed her hands and hair, and also pulled her up very hard. The room fell into a loud silence again, making everyone present feel awkward. The puppy asked why all people lately like to use force, to which the Viscount replied that only his owner does this. Hilda was not happy that there were now two grumps next to her. Suddenly, she felt a strange flow of energy in her chest, which grew more and more. Putting her hand to this place, the girl felt intense heat in her chest. The puppy felt it too, and quickly reminded her that magical powers start from the head. Then, he loudly and authoritatively ordered her to cast one of the spells he had learned. The Duke's granddaughter thought that this vibrating feeling in her really was magical powers. She was still haunted by the thought that a large, uncontrollable fire might start again. The Viscount took her hand and told her not to worry, because if something goes wrong, he and the puppy will solve the problem. Holding her hands tenderly, he gently asked her to try using fire magic. Realizing that she had reliable teachers nearby who would help her, Hilda finally decided to try something. Moving a little further away from them, she began to remember what exactly she was doing in the castle at night. The Duke's granddaughter went through all the emotions from dissatisfaction to irritation to find that very feeling. Feeling a strong flow of magic, she threw out all her negative emotions, and a light appeared in her hand. The girl watched with bated breath as the blue light swayed rhythmically in her hand. Realizing what was happening, she joyfully announced that she had finally succeeded. Taking her eyes off her hand, Hilda noticed with her peripheral vision that something blue was glowing next to her. Looking around, she realized that she had set fire to the floor around her, which was quickly spreading onto the bookshelves. Trying to interrupt the spell, the Duke's granddaughter realized with horror that she could not stop. The Viscount was the first to see and realized that everything was getting out of control, so he tried to get through the fire. Hilda closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, feeling the deepest fear and helplessness. The puppy, heading towards her loudly and powerfully, told her to stop being afraid and stop the flow of magic. After his words, all the fire in the room went out, and the girl thought that she was sure that she could not control it. The half-beast stated that her power was too great for her to control even simple spells on her own. Hilda asked in surprise if it was he who stopped her, to which the puppy answered in the affirmative. At that same second, the girl lifted him up and began to say that he was even better than she thought, to which he said that he would control her powers, so she could not worry and use her powers fully. Rogan sighed calmly and listened to the puppy talk about how he could even increase the powers of his owner. After some time, Hilda and her teacher were left alone to study the basics of aristocracy. The girl sweetly asked what they would study today from the world of aristocracy. The dissatisfied Viscount asked her to sit down correctly, to which she replied that there were only the two of them in the room. Taking a book and a pointer in his hands, the guy calmly explained that their lesson would be devoted to the Arpeggio family tree. He added that since she belonged to the upper class, the family history must be impressive. Hilda asked him with horror whether she really should know those who lived 300 years ago, because they had long since rotted and become earth. The teacher thoughtfully said that without a past there is no future, and the girl thought that she liked her interlocutor very much. She suggested that he start with those who are still alive, because there is nothing more interesting than the present. Adjusting his glasses, Rogan said that since she wanted it so much, he would begin the explanation. There were currently 6 members of the family, not counting the Duke. His wife was Terina Arpeggio, but before her marriage, the woman was the Marchioness of Galeta. Hilda asked if this was her grandmother, to which the teacher explained that the Duchess was the second wife of His Highness. The girl thought that this woman might dislike her from the very beginning, since they are not relatives. The Viscount said that Terina's own son was Fred Arpeggio, who was 3 years younger than Hilda. The Duke's granddaughter involuntarily remembered the clothes in which she first met her grandfather, realizing that it was Fred's suit, Rogan continued his story about the Arpeggio family, saying that the firstborn's name is Fior Arpeggio. He further mentioned Hilda's mother's twin sister Ruzia, Cleo Arpeggio. He also said that Fiore's own child's name is Timo Arpeggio, who was his student's cousin. Fior Arpeggio's wife, as well as the mother of their son Timo, was Ortigia Arpeggio. Hilda did not expect such a flow of information, so she asked to give her a little time so that she could remember it all. Rogan Staus looked up at her, then asked in surprise if he really spoke quickly. Looking into her frightened eyes, he said that there would be an exam the next day, so she must remember everything. The girl was overcome with cold. She did not at all foresee that in such a short time she would have to pass the exam. Pointing to the books in which the 300-year history of the family was described, she indignantly asked why she was given an exam so quickly, to which the guy asked her in response if she really couldn't learn it by the next day. Hilda angrily said that she was not as brilliant and smart as her teacher. Then Rogan suggested that she take the exam in 2 days, but the Duke's granddaughter demanded that she be given 5 days. They talked for some time about the deadline for delivery, after which they agreed on 4 days. Looking at the stack of books again, the girl could not understand how it could all be learned in 1 day. She wondered if anyone from her current family would be happy to see her, to which her teacher replied that it would be better if no one paid attention to her. Hilda thinks about meeting her family for the first time since she was born, and the Viscount says that it would be better if they treated her like a stone in the road. The girl asked him why they should avoid her, because she would not become the Duke's successor. The guy calmly explained to her that no one knows this, and when she becomes an aristocrat, she will then claim the inheritance. The Duke's granddaughter asked in surprise whether the eldest son would not become the heir of the family. Rogan said the Duke had not yet named the person who would receive the inheritance, so everyone had a chance. She thought that she was the daughter of the Duke's eldest daughter, Ruzia Arpeggio, and in the transfer had the strongest magical abilities, according to the puppy. Hilda decided that all this could be the subject of a tax, because her existence was a big problem for them. She had no idea what to do, but she understood that she had time to think, because everyone was supposed to return only in a month. A few days later, the Duke's granddaughter was walking calmly with her puppy. The girl said that it was time for them to return, since she was already tired of walking. In front of the castle entrance, she saw a cart and many servants running around with boxes. The puppy assumed that, judging by the amount of luggage, one of the family members had arrived, and not an ordinary guest. Hilda calmly said that they needed to get inside the castle first. Otherwise, her teacher would grumble again if they arrived late. The butler ran towards them, while the Duke's granddaughter was talking about how the Viscount would soon develop wrinkles if he didn't stop swearing. The guy quickly but politely asked her to give him her dog so he could wash it. Looking around, the girl noticed that the servants were cleaning the entire yard. The maid was sweeping the floor around the cart, and the gardeners were straightening the leaves on the bushes. She thought that perhaps everything was happening because someone had arrived at the castle. The girl handed the puppy into the hands of the butler, saying that of course he could take it. Looking slyly at her dog, she made it clear that she was giving him away for a reason. He had to find out everything that was secretly happening in the castle, after which he was obliged to report to her. Entering the castle, Hilda found many boxes inside and servants carrying them away. She couldn't help but think that this was a very large number of things, and it seemed to her as if someone had moved. Walking further, the Duke's granddaughter found a rack with 3 beautiful, expensive dresses. The girl decided that she would be afraid to walk in such things because the stones could fall off with one of her movements. Someone approached her while she was talking about how these clothes were meant to be beautiful while standing in one place. Not expecting anyone to approach her, she slowly turned towards the approaching person. Having carefully examined the unfamiliar guy, the Duke's granddaughter asked who he was. At that very moment, she felt a sharp pain in her cheek because the stranger slapped her. For a short moment, Hilda froze, not knowing how to react to such assault. The working maids and butlers stopped and watched what was happening. Pressing her palm to the bruised area, she tried to understand why he hit her. Carefully examining the guy, the girl noticed that he was thin, with blonde hair and brown eyes, as well as freckles on his nose. Realizing that she absolutely did not care who he was, Hilda Arpeggio returned the slap in the face with all her might. Servants immediately began to run up to him, asking him if everything was okay with him. The blonde guy screamed that no one else should dare touch him. Then he turned to the granddaughter of the Duke with a question about how she dared, because did she really not know who he was? The girl calmly reported that he hit her on the cheek first, which completely discouraged the young gentleman. She explained that he got hit in the face because he was the first to start hitting her, after which she asked who he thought he was to raise his hand against her. The stranger trembled with anger and said through his teeth that even his parents had not touched this precious face. Unable to control his rage, the guy yelled that he considered her to be nothing more than a thief. Hilda grinned smugly and thought that he couldn't swear at all. Walking past him, she quietly announced what she would do with him if he showed off. The young master had never heard such vulgar words and had no idea what they meant. Trying to calm down his fear, the stranger asked in a trembling voice how she dared to talk to him like that. Suddenly, one of the maids addressed him, calling him Mr. Fred. Remembering the entire Arpeggio family lineage, Hilda quickly realized that she had just threatened her uncle. Fred Arpeggio was the son of the Duke's second wife, which means he was clearly superior to her in importance. The guy was with Hilda's mother's water brother, so he was clearly more important than her. Looking at him in fear, she realized that she had made an unforgivable mistake, almost a mortal sin. The girl thought that she had recently almost given up her life, but did not think that she would be able to do such a thing. She began to approach Fred, asking if he was okay, to which the guy began shouting that she should not come and touch him with her dirty hands. Hilda calmly said that she had no way of knowing that they were relatives, to which the guy exclaimed that he was not going to bear the same last name as the girl who was born in an unknown place. The Duke's granddaughter said that in this case, he would have to change his surname, and then asked why he raised his hand to her. The Duke's son screamed that he had punished the vile girl who dared to touch his things. Only after asking about when she touched his things, the girl immediately realized that they had reported to him about that very suit. Hilda assured him that the Count had given his personal permission for that outfit, and after wearing it, it was thoroughly washed. Fred shouted that no one would wear clothes that had been touched by her dirty hands, so now they should only throw them away. Seeing that he was still holding on to the bruised area, she tried to come up and offer her help, but the guy shouted that she should not touch him. She saw how he began to swing again to hit her, so she closed her eyes, realizing that she had no right to touch him. Suddenly, someone grabbed the Duke's son's hand, preventing him from carrying out his plan. The Viscount held Fred's hand tightly, telling him that he had better stop his rampage. The angry guy shouted at Rogan, asking how he dared contradict him. After his words, the Duke's son hit the Viscount with his fist right in the face with all his might. Hilda screamed in fear and headed towards her protector Rogan. At the same time, Henry's chief maid was talking about his mistress, Tarina, saying that the Duke's granddaughter had cut everyone's wages, saying that she had received permission to do so from the Count. The Duke's second wife said that he could not give so much power to her, who had just come into the family. Then she turned to the maid, asking her what she thought about this. Henry dutifully said that the Duke himself did not take any part in this. Tarina explained to her that there was no point in him interfering, but if those of lower status interfered in their own affairs, they would get what they deserved. The maid asked if there was no permission from the Count, then why she could get away with this. The Duke's wife suggested that either Hilda was a little dog, who did not yet know the fear of a tiger, or she was very resourceful and cunning. The woman decided that it would be better if she were a little dog, because the Count hates ignorance. Tarina was well aware that it was not the girl who should be afraid of the girl who grew up in abandoned slums, trying to earn money for food. The only one to be afraid of was Viscount Rogan Staus, who was as cunning as a fox. The Count, for an unknown reason, treated him as his child. In response to this, the Viscount was ready to do anything for the sake of his patron, even sacrifice his life. The Duchess asked the maid if Staus was really looking after the girl, to which she replied that he was helping her get settled in the castle and also teaching her everything. Tarina said that the Viscount was incredibly cunning, and then asked how they managed to do everything in secret from the family. Henry calmly said that, although the girl was Ruthia's daughter, she had the blood of a commoner in her, after which she asked her mistress if they would just watch her become part of the family. The Duke's wife explained to her that those who do not have the right to interfere in something ultimately get what they deserve, so she should also watch how she behaves. The woman knew that Hilda was not a danger because there were those who would attack her first. A maid suddenly burst into the bedroom, screaming that something was wrong. The frightened girl spoke loudly that Mr. Fred and Mrs. Hilda were fighting. After the punch, the young master stepped back from the Viscount, dusting off his hand. The Duke's granddaughter did not understand why her teacher so easily accepted the blow from the impudent boy. Fred started swinging at Rogan again, asking him if he really wouldn't dodge. He didn't have time to reach the Viscount because Hilda's fist was faster. From such a blow, the young master found himself lying on the floor, and the maids immediately began to run to him. As the Duke's granddaughter watched the servants tend to the attacker, she wondered why everyone just watched and didn't intervene. Her thoughts were interrupted by the loud squeal of the fallen guy, asking for his mother to be brought urgently. The girl began to mock him, saying that the baby was asking to see his mother. Coming closer to him, she angrily asked if he was really so scared that he had shit himself, because he was such an adult, and still calling for his mommy. Before she had time to finish speaking, a strong male hand covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering a sound. Hilda was indignant, because just as she was getting the hang of it, she was interrupted so rudely. Rogan pulled her closer to him and quietly informed her that they needed to talk. She tried to break free from his grip, saying in frustration that she hadn't said everything yet. The Duke's granddaughter powerfully declared that she would watch Fred, so he should watch his actions. The beaten guy trembled with fear again, but this time he didn't dare say a word. Going into another room, Hilda timidly admitted to the Viscount that she was wrong. The girl said that this idiot dared to hit her teacher, although he had nothing to do with it, so she got angry. Rogan approached her and gently asked her to raise her head so that he could examine the site of the impact. He took some numbing ointment to ease the pain of her uncle's slap. She said that she was truly sorry, while the Viscount gently applied the bruise to the area. Hilda added that she didn't want to leave him in an awkward position, to which he replied that there was nothing like that, because it was she who untied everything, not him. The girl made a dissatisfied face, saying that her interlocutor was terribly callous. The guy told her that Fred is someone who worships the strong and mocks the weak, especially those whom he considers inferior to himself. Hilda said that she was very sorry that they did this to him, but she believed that she did everything right, because her mother said that you need to be able to stand up for yourself. The Viscount explained to her that she should not have been angry that he had been hit. She said that she would like him to be on her side, but she does not force him to do this, and does not want him to sacrifice himself for her. At the end of her speech, the girl enthusiastically added that she would protect those who were on her side. Rogan sadly stated that she did not protect him, but only worsened what was already a difficult situation. Looking at him, she thought that the guy was so cute on the outside, but incredibly callous on the inside. Opening the box of medicine, Hilda exclaimed that now it was his turn to be treated. Reaching into the jar of ointment, she grabbed his chin to apply it to his cheek herself. Touching his skin, the girl involuntarily thought that she was very tender, and under the pretext of helping, she was still able to touch him. Then she mentally began to curse Fred for ruining such a beautiful face. Dorothy knocked on their door and came into their room, apologizing for daring to disturb their conversation. The maid nervously announced that the mistress had invited them to have dinner together in the evening. Hilda thought that the Count's wife was going to scold her for touching her precious son. Rogan suddenly grabbed her hands and sheepishly asked if she was ready to meet her. Realizing that the guy was on her side, she happily announced that she was ready for this. That evening, they sat at the table with Tarina and Fred, thanking them for the invitation. The Countess politely asked if she knew correctly that her guest's name was Hilda Russ, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. The Viscount sitting next to her coughed quietly, giving some kind of signal to his student. The girl quickly realized her mistake and said that at the moment she was using the surname Arpeggio. An angry Fred furiously asked how she dared to take such a great surname. His mother asked him to observe etiquette and reminded him that this was an order from the Count himself. The guy did not let up and asked with annoyance how the Duke could decide on this without consulting other family members. The Viscount intervened in the conversation, saying that the head of the family is not obliged to ask anyone's opinion. He calmly added that he said this to put everything in its place. Pretending to be serious, he asked if the guy really wanted to challenge the Count's decision, but he answered in the negative. Tarina affectionately reminded those present that her son was still very young. Hilda thought that at his age she was already working hard, but she agreed out loud with the Countess. The woman said that she was a little amazed by the situation, because she had heard that she was Ruzia's daughter, but she had never met her. The Duke's wife said she had nothing against his granddaughter, but she wanted to know about this decision before rumors spread. Tarina sternly added that, after all, she is the mistress of this castle, The Viscount calmly explained to her that he thought it would be wrong to interfere and asked her forgiveness. Watching their dialogue, the girl thought that this was much more interesting than waving her fists. When asked by the Duke's wife what excuse she would find for the situation with her son, Hilda triumphantly declared that she would better ask the culprit about it. Pointing at Fred, the girl loudly announced that he was the first to give her a pumpkin. Her teacher was not at all pleased that she was using such primitive speech. The young master screamed that she was the first to take his things without asking. Hilda explained that the Count had given her permission, and if he was dissatisfied with something, then she should contact him. Fred, turning to his mother, again shouted that her guest had rolled her eyes and was saying such things to him. The Duchess suddenly joined their dialogue, saying that there was some sense in the words of the Duke's granddaughter. She then added that the girl cannot hit her uncle because of her teacher. The Viscount tried to start making excuses for his student, but she took his hand in time and asked if they really wanted her to apologize. Hilda stated that if her son asked Staus for forgiveness, then he would not apologize to him, to which the Countess said that this should not depend on each other. The girl explained to her that this was precisely connected, because her son hit Rogan because he was angry with her. There was silence in the room, after which Therina asked her if she really wanted Fred to bow his head before the Viscount. The woman angrily added that her son belongs to the Arpeggio family and cannot afford this. Hilda understood that the Duke's wife was hiding her true nature behind a sweet smile, and she was also obsessed with family history. Fred's mother said that her guest should choose the right side in this war. She said that other family members would soon arrive, and although she had nothing against her, the others were different from her. The Duke's granddaughter asked if she really wanted her to be on her side. Therina covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be innocent, and then said that she had misunderstood her words. Hilda stated that she understood that the woman wanted the Viscount on her side, not her. Rogan Staus looked at the speaker with horror, not understanding why she came to such a conclusion so quickly. Seeing the Countess's eyes, Hilda realized that she had hit the nail on the head, but turning her gaze to her son, she saw an expression on his face that said that he understood nothing at all. Therina made a sweet smile, leaned her elbows on the table, and said that she was very interested. After dinner, the Viscount escorted his student to her chambers, while she spoke of how infuriated she was by this attitude. The guy explained to her that she should get used to it, since no one among the aristocrats would ever tell her directly, because it was not in accordance with etiquette. Hilda grabbed her head, saying that at this rate she would quickly go crazy. Pointing at Rogan, the girl loudly declared that she wanted him to be on her side. She then added that as soon as she said this, her soul immediately felt better. The Viscount asked her what she would have done if Madame Therina had asked for it directly. The Duke's granddaughter was loudly indignant that his wife wanted to make her a mediator just to get close to him, and she did not like that at all. To his question about whether she really didn't want to be allies with her, the girl answered that she didn't want her to use him. Rogan looked at her confusedly and stated that he didn't know she would worry about him so much. With her hand on her chest, Hilda chanted that he was on her side. That means she was her man, so only she could command him. The guy looked at her questioningly and said that he didn't know that she was in charge of him. Seeing his face, the Duke's granddaughter fell into indescribable delight, because even so he looked very handsome. For some time, she could not take her eyes off him and tried to control her emotions. Having sat down on a chair, the girl declared that she did not like the Duchess's son at all. She added that if this guy did anything like that again, she would rip out all his hair. Rogan sat down opposite her and calmly explained to her that she should not become enemies with Therina. Hilda knew this very well, because the Duke's wife was the only key to getting closer to her grandfather. The Duke's granddaughter involuntarily recalled a moment from dinner when the Duchess hid her true emotions behind a feigned smile. The girl understood that she didn't care about their conflict. She only wanted to bargain for the Viscount. At that moment, Therina said that it was better for them to put aside their grievances against each other and start with a clean slate, because if the Duke finds out about this, then no one will benefit. After that, she added congratulations to the newly made aristocrat on joining their family. Therefore, now Hilda asked if her teacher would answer in her place, to which he replied that he would say that he would think, and then everything would come to naught. The girl indignantly asked whether there should be a double bottom in the words. Rogan explained to her that you should never show your trump cards to the enemy. Then there will be an opportunity to win. In a conversation with the Duchess, Hilda's trump card was Rogan Staus, but she did not suspect it. The guy said that if the Duke's wife wants him to be on her side, then his student can use this and lead the conversation in the direction she wants. The Duke's granddaughter said that it would be completely unpleasant for her to do this, to which the Viscount said that he did not understand why she would react this way. Looking at him carefully, she tenderly said that Rogan Staus was not a card, but a person very close to her. This statement puzzled the Viscount, and a little later he asked her if she really thought they were close. Now the girl was already embarrassed, so she asked if the guy really didn't think so. He asked her why she decided that way, which put her in an awkward position. The girl thought that she and he were close, so she said so, and didn't expect him to ask the reason. Mentally, she reasoned that the word close now sounded somehow strange. Suddenly, someone entered the room, causing Hilda to beam, believing that her savior had arrived and would pull her out of the swamp. Seeing Dorothy come to her with a puppy in her hands, the Duke's granddaughter immediately changed her face. The maid happily declared that she had brought him back, and the girl thought that the dog had the happiest life. Half of the beast lay on the table and glowed with happiness because it was perfectly clean. Hilda tried to wake him up, and Rogan said that he was glad that at least he did not snore. The Duke's granddaughter tried in every possible way to rouse the sleeping dog, but he had no intention of opening his eyes. After a while, he jumped up and loudly asked her if she knew what it was like to be touched by strangers. Noticing how clean he was, the girl thought displeasedly that it was not for him to talk about this. Deciding to interrupt his narcissism, she said that she was sending him not for procedures, but for an important task. Pushing her hand away from him, the puppy declared that he was not her errand boy. Hilda reminded him that they had a contract, so he must carry out her instructions, to which the puppy yelled that he was not born for this, to listen to the orders of a person. Looking at him menacingly, the girl quickly pacified his ardor and said that he was of no use. Rogan calmly watched everything that was happening, sitting on the chair opposite them. The Duke's granddaughter angrily said that she would learn magic herself, but then the puppy told her that she had not asked anything. Trying to move away from her, he said in a trembling voice that he had learned some important information. He said that while he was being bathed, he listened to his subordinates say that other members of the Arpeggio family would be arriving that evening. The Viscount assumed that everyone realized that something was wrong when the Duchess left them. The puppy reported that people said that the Countess was allergic to animal fur, which is why they washed him like that. The half-beast spoke fondly of being combed until his fur was smooth, after which perfume was applied. Hilda interrupted his dreamy monologue, saying that she didn't care what they did to him there. The girl thought that, when speaking about the Countess, the servants meant Cleo Arpeggio. She recalled her teacher's lesson when he told her that Rucha's sister had the most powerful magic in the family. So many thought that it would become the heir. That day, Hilda asked if the Countess was really married to a noble aristocrat. The Viscount said that she herself received the status of Countess through her own merits, and besides, she was not engaged. Now, the Duke's granddaughter was thinking that there was no need to try to please everyone, since she would be hated even if she was just breathing. But it was better not to aggravate the situation and not show Cleo the puppy. To her question about what kind of character the Countess had, the guy told her that her aunt is quite straightforward, because she knows what she wants, decides everything quickly, and then changes her answer. To her next question about whether he liked her aunt or not, he replied that he was following the Duke's orders. Hilda looked at him mysteriously and decided that he didn't like her after all. The beaming puppy remembered more information and said that he heard talk about something else. He explained that he had heard about orders to prepare the food and hall for a great celebration. The Duke's granddaughter asked in surprise what this celebration would be dedicated to. The Viscount explained to her that there would be a family feast, since all members of the Arpeggio family would come. The guy said that usually during the holiday the family gathers at a common table. He reasoned that since there was no holiday tomorrow, it meant that the celebration was suggested by one of the family members. Hilda tensely suggested that it was not at all in her honor that they had decided to have a dinner. Rogan said that family members are definitely not happy to see her, so they will arrange some kind of check. He asked if she knew how many forks were used during the festive dinner. Then he asked what kind of wine should be asked for fish, and which would be better with meat. The girl answered embarrassedly that whatever wine they served her, that's what she would drink. The guy looked at her disapprovingly and didn't say a word. but his whole appearance said that she was hopeless. Hilda happily said that she understood what kind of test they would give her, but he would sit next to her and tell her what to do. The puppy asked in surprise whether she really hadn't heard, because the Viscount had expressed himself clearly. He loudly declared that this would be a family dinner, so the dark-haired man would be prohibited from entering. She looked indignantly at her teacher, asking him what she should do, to which he replied that he would teach her everything. The Duke's granddaughter sadly realized that she would not be able to sleep that night, and her life was too difficult. The Viscount immediately organized a training dinner for her, telling her that the Arpeggio house served 8 courses during a family dinner. The first dish was soup, followed by a fish dish, salad, main course, poultry dishes, dessert, fruit and tea. He talked about how cutlery should be used starting from the very end, and the maids would remove everything. But before the meal began, the Duke would give a sign that dinner could begin. He also added that her inspection will begin exactly when all the guests gather at the table. Rogan then showed her how to eat the soup without making any noise. Trying to do like him, Hilda thought about how handsome her teacher was, which is why the soup almost spilled past her. But she managed to force herself to keep her posture in time so that nothing would flow past her mouth. The girl did everything according to the rules, so she sat proudly waiting for approval. Noticing that her plate was empty, the Viscount told her that she needed to eat only 1/3 and half as slowly. She explained her behavior by saying that leaving food was simply rude to the cook. Rogan said that aristocratic girls should not have a big appetite, because they will be reproached for this. Hilda indignantly asked what was wrong with her having a good appetite. The Viscount informed her that at the upcoming dinner, she would not be able to enjoy the food. In addition, she would have to wear uncomfortable clothes. He explained to her that her clothes would be tight, so she would not be able to eat much, because this was in accordance with the etiquette of a family dinner. The guy then asked her how she was going to eat the bread, to which she replied that she would first cut it in half and then spread butter. Realizing that she couldn't find the oil, Rogenstaus wearily pointed to the iron pot. Seeing how he extracted it, the Duke's granddaughter discovered that the oil was in the shape of a beautiful flower and could not contain her delight, for which the teacher scolded her. She tried to repeat the same movement, but for some reason, the pot did not give in to her. Suddenly, her teacher approached her, put one arm around her shoulder, and with the other, began to show her how everything worked. Noticing the confusion on her face, he said that she was too tense and should relax her shoulders. He called her name several times, but she did not respond, after which he reminded her that she needed to breathe. The Viscount realized that the girl was not feeling well, so he took the chair with his hands and turned it in his direction, asking her if she was okay. Hilda looked at him and thought about how it took her breath away when he touched her. She reasoned that she really liked his touch, but it made her forget how to breathe. Rogan rose from the floor, pressed his hand to her forehead, and said that she was blushing, and then asked if she had a fever. The girl abruptly pushed his hand away, shouting that it was all because he was too handsome. Moving away with the chair, she continued to talk loudly about how he gently touched her hand. The Viscount was a little taken aback that he was causing such inconvenience to her, and said that he apologized for taking her hand without asking permission. Hilda tried to hide her embarrassment, and did not say that perhaps he had misunderstood her. She added that she was very embarrassed because he was incredibly handsome, while she was thinking that she really was her mother's daughter because she easily fell in love with handsome men. Rogan briefly thanked her. Even more embarrassed, the Duke's granddaughter did not understand why he was thanking her. She remembered her mother's words that if she was embarrassed, she should not show it, because it could become her weak point, so she should not show it and act as if everything was planned. Now getting up from the chair, the girl suggested taking a break for 10 minutes. Straightening her hair, she decided that she said this phrase like a true aristocrat. Heading towards the door, Hilda felt the questioning gaze of her interlocutor. She thought it would look like she was making it up to take a break. She walked out the door, not suspecting how much she had embarrassed the Viscount with her speeches. The girl thought that she always said about him that he was handsome, but never before had her heart beat like it did at that moment. When he showed her how to get the butter out of the pot, she was surprised by his touch, his big and strong hands. But for her, it was a pleasant feeling. The next day, the Duke's granddaughter went to a family celebration, where the entire Arpeggio family gathered. Hilda realized with horror that she could not eat anything at all, that the letter was from the lady sitting next to her. To her question about whether the food was really tasteless, The girl answered that she didn't eat much. The woman who asked her about food was clearly trying to hook the newly minted aristocrat. Her name was Ortigia Arfeggio, and her son Timo Arfeggio was sitting right next to her. The Duke's eldest son, Fiore, and his sister Countess Cleo also came to the banquet. The Duke's granddaughter remembered the words of her teacher, that you, the eldest son of Fiore, have no magical powers. He also said that Cleo has the most powerful magical powers, but now Rutia's daughter has appeared, who has even greater powers. Now her mother's sister was caustic about how she didn't eat, not because she had no appetite, but simply couldn't enjoy the food because she'd never eaten it before. Hilda quickly decided that this woman wasn't even trying to find her words at the table. Fiore turned to his father, telling Hilda to choose the wine herself that evening, since she had become a new member of the family. Turning to her, he asked how much she knew about wine and what she could offer them. The girl smiled good-naturedly at him and agreed to help him choose alcoholic drinks. She said that she had seen Coledison wine in the cellar, so she decided to offer it. Fiore grinned smugly and asked if she really wanted to offer red wine with the fish. Hilda said that she saw that the white wine in the Duke's cellar was kept in oak barrels, and she thought that the aroma of the wood would give the fish an unpleasant taste, and since trout was for dinner, the chosen wine would be perfect. The Duke's son was clearly not happy that she was able to get out of the situation so easily. Countess Cleo said that those who know nothing about wine always say that white should be served with fish. Her brother angrily said that most likely his late sister told his daughter about different types of wine, but she answered him negatively. Instead, she remarked that she thought all aristocrats knew such basic things. Fiore became even more nervous and said that magical powers are important for aristocrats, after which he asked if Rutia's powers had been transferred to her. Hilda answered in the affirmative with a smile and added that she had proven it in order to become part of the family. The eldest son extinguished the candles on the table, asking her to demonstrate her skills related to fire. The girl sternly told him that she could show him, but did not think it would be appropriate at the table. In the depths of her soul, she did not understand how they could immediately ask her for such a thing, because she herself was not yet confident in her abilities. The Duke's granddaughter only knew how to ignite, but since the puppy was not around, she obviously would not be able to control it. Unexpectedly, Cleo intervened in the conversation, asking her father to allow her niece to demonstrate her strength, arguing that it was unknown when the family would get together like this again. Grandfather said menacingly that he himself wanted to see what she could learn. Hilda tried to explain to him that this was not necessary, because she had already proven her strength by spending the night in the castle. The Duke told her that there was really no need for this, but also added that he saw nothing wrong with it. The girl painfully told him that she had not yet fully mastered the power, and that in the future there would be a much better chance than at this very moment. Fiore entered the dialogue, asking her what value she had other than magical powers, because she had the blood of a commoner, so he believed that she had no reason to refuse such an offer. Fred also decided to participate in the dialogue, saying that she must be very strong if she had the audacity to raise her hand against him. Cleo said that she hoped that the magical forces that brought her here were not so great that she could take a serious position. Hilda sadly realized that there was no one at the dinner table who was on her side, so all she wanted to do was go to Rogan. She remembered how, a few hours before dinner, the puppy told her that she would succeed, because she had learned a lot. He also added that, compared to people, his mistress, compared to his teacher, does not grasp everything so quickly, but is still confident in her. The girl indignantly declared that she was confident in herself because she would only need to have dinner, after which she asked the Viscount if he believed in her. The guy didn't want to answer, so he simply turned away from her, which angered his interlocutor even more. Rogan said he didn't expect much from her, but reminded her to remember the purpose of the dinner. Hilda sighed dejectedly and calmly said that they don't have to worry about it. The puppy did not try to restrain his emotions, so he said that tears were welling up from her helplessness. To her question about whether dinner would really be a chance to gain the full favor of the Duke, the Viscount replied that this time she had a different goal. She indignantly asked that perhaps the Duke would value her even more, to which the guy replied that if this happened, then she could ask him for anything she wanted. Hilda believed in her magical abilities, so she collected all the negative emotions that she experienced during dinner. There was a family around her that irritated her. There were people who did not speak directly, and you had to look for a catch in every word. Her indignation extended to the food, which she could not finish, and especially to the corset, which made it impossible to breathe. Feeling the strength in herself, the girl realized that this was exactly what she needed to light the flame. She pointed her finger towards the extinguished candles and cast a spell she knew. The Duke's granddaughter repeated the spell over and over again, but, to her deepest regret, the candles were never lit. She continued to repeat the spell, but everyone had already started laughing at her. Fiore joyfully stated that he was somehow even embarrassed to look at her useless attempts. Suddenly, his son turned to him, saying that his hair was burning with a blue flame. Realizing that something was wrong in his head, the eldest son screamed loudly for his father to help him. Everyone around was trying to help the burning Fiore, and the Duke's granddaughter realized that this was the end. Mentally, she said goodbye to her teacher and brought him her deepest regrets. The Duke's eldest son screamed loudly for his hair to be taken out of the fire immediately. Hilda noticed with horror that she did not know the spell to get rid of the flames. Everyone tried to put out the fire with improvised means, but as you know, magical fire is not so easy to put out. Sister Cleo slowly drank wine from her glass and watched with indignation at what was happening. Standing up from the table, she snapped her fingers, and magic began to accumulate around her. The woman cast a spell that caused all the water in the room to gather into one large ball. Hilda could not believe her eyes, because it was the first time she had seen such beautiful magic. Cleo did not waste any time, snapped her fingers again, and the magic ball headed straight to the place of the fire. Over Fiore, a ball of water burst, flooding burning hair and everything that was around. The Duke's eldest son fell to his hands and knees and nervously tried to catch his breath, while his wife asked him if he was okay. The man was glad that, at least in this way, they could save him from the flame. Meanwhile, his sister Cleo dusted off her hands with displeasure and sat back down at the table. Hilda really hoped that Fiore would simply ignore her for the rest of her days. Instead, the man screamed loudly that she had planned all this to humiliate him or even kill him, to which she replied that she had warned him that she had not fully mastered the powers. The Duke's eldest son wanted to slap her, shouting that he was ready to kill her. He was stopped by his grandfather's voice, ordering him to immediately stop this outrage. Fiore turned angrily at his father, but he told him that he himself asked her to show her powers, although she said that she had not yet fully mastered them. His son continued to scream that the girl did this on purpose because she wanted to humiliate him. The Duke calmly reported that he perfectly saw strong magic, which his son did not have. The grandfather smiled contentedly and stated that he was very pleased with his granddaughter's abilities. He added that he had not seen such abilities since Ruzia left, but he still worried that she could not control them. Hilda promised him to study harder, to which he replied that he was glad to see her strength, after which he asked if there was anything she would like. She quickly realized that this was her chance, but said that she would answer this question later. At the questioning glance of her grandfather, the girl explained that she first wanted to think everything over carefully and then decide. The Duke's granddaughter said that this is a rare case, so she will be careful about this opportunity. The Duke asked what she wanted, to which she calmly assured him that it would not cause him any trouble. There were 4 duchies in the kingdom, and the strongest among them was the Duchy of Arpeggio, led by Duke Arpeggio. She reminded her grandfather that he had the most extensive, rich, and fertile lands in his power. Therefore, whatever she asked, he would have the means and strength to do it, to which he replied that he could do everything. Deep down, the girl was jubilant, as her flattery worked perfectly and never failed her. The Duke slowly sipped his tea from his cup and said that the longer he looked at her, the more she reminded him of his daughter. Hilda thought that grandfather was talking about it again. She didn't understand whether he was praising her or scolding her. After dinner, the Duke's granddaughter caught up with Countess Cleo to speak with her alone. First of all, the girl apologized for the fact that because of her, the dinner had turned into real chaos, to which the Countess replied that it was not entirely her fault. The woman said indifferently that her older brother got what he wanted. Realizing that her sister's daughter had come to her for a reason, Cleo asked what she wanted to ask. In response to her question about whether she hated her, the Countess restrainedly asked if she really had reasons to love her. The girl naively suggested that the reason for love could be the fact that she is Rudia's daughter. Cleo dryly stated that she and her sister were not that close, even though they had similar facial features. Hilda noted with interest that their abilities fell into the category of water, Magical powers depended on character and personal preferences, so Cleo was similar to Rutia not only on the outside, but also on the inside. The woman quickly saw through the plan and said that she understood why she was interested in this, because she had recently gotten into a fight with her stepbrother. She then added that she burned her older brother's hair at dinner, and then asked if she really wanted to be friends with her, so that at least someone would be on her side. Approaching her, Cleo declared that the girl was not a mistake at all, and Hilda thought that she had been seen through so quickly. Her mother's sister said with a smirk that she hated her sister, so she had no reason to treat her daughter well. This statement puzzled the girl, so she could not answer. Hilda realized that Cleo is not one to beat around the bush, but she always says what she thinks. Leaning towards her, her mother's sister asked to know when the Duke's granddaughter would receive the gift. She honestly admitted that she was very curious about what she could ask him for. Returning to her bedroom, the girl remembered the words of her teacher that there was no one in the castle who would be on her side, and everyone would insult and bully her. Hilda didn't want to think about why Rogan's words came to her mind at that moment. Having changed her clothes, she headed towards the Viscount's bedroom, hoping that he was still awake. Entering the dark room, the girl spent some time getting used to the darkness, after which she headed towards the silhouette on the sofa. There was a sleeping teacher on it, holding an open history book in his hands. Hilda tried to move silently so as not to wake him, because she knew that he did not have enough sleep. She decided to sit next to him, thinking that he, as before, was constantly tired. Landing on the sofa next to him, the girl gently laid her head on his shoulder. Rogan asked her how their dinner went, which greatly scared his student, but later reported that he woke up as soon as she entered. He interrupted her cries and again repeated his question about how this meeting went. The Duke's granddaughter was too ashamed to talk about what happened at the banquet. The guy said that, seeing how she doubted, he could assume that he had won the argument, to which she replied that the Duke really liked it and would even give her a reward. The Viscount asked if she was telling the truth, to which the girl answered in the affirmative with a drooping voice. Rogan asked why she was not happy, to which she sadly remarked that, although the Duke praised her, other members of the family clearly hated her. He reminded her that he had originally said that no one would be happy to see a new member of the family. The girl confirmed that she knew perfectly well about this, and therefore did not understand why she was so unpleasant. Trying to calm her down, he gently touched her hand as it lay in her lap. The next day, 3 maids walked from the laundry, discussing who the Count would make his heir. One of them believed that it was more profitable to support the eldest son. The other said that the influence of the new Duchess was too great, so you need to be on the side of her son, but they agreed that the Count would not pass on the inheritance to his granddaughter. Their conversation was quietly overheard by the newly made aristocrat's puppy, who was very pleased with what he heard. Arriving at his mistress, he conveyed exactly what the subject of their conversation was about. The angry Hilda was furiously interested in why they had such a sour reaction, because she showed enormous abilities, to which the puppy replied that strong magic shows the strength of the family, but does not mean that she will be a good duchess. The half-beast said that he had done a good job, so he asked for the promised reward. The girl said that she was unhappy with what she heard, but a promise is a promise. She pushed a plate of cookies towards him, and her faithful servant began to meticulously sniff at them. The dog said that there is a sweet shop on the main street that everyone is talking about, and where they sell the most delicious desserts. Without going into details, the puppy began to intensively devour the cookies, and the Duke's granddaughter thought that since he was so cute, she would not swear at him. The Viscount was sitting at the table with them, asking her that since she was distracted, she had probably already completed his task. Hilda indignantly stated that of course she managed to do everything before her servant arrived. The Viscount asked her to bring him her work, and then said that she was only thinking about playing. Seeing that the guy was carefully reading something, the Duke's granddaughter asked what they were writing there. Rogan explained to her that he had a letter from the royal family in his hands, giving permission for her to become part of the Arpeggio family. Seeing the excited expression on her face, he added that she became Arpeggio as soon as the Duke gave his consent. The Viscount said that now the Emperor has confirmed this, so next year she will be able to go out into the world. He stated that until then, she should diligently study spoken arts and culture, as well as conform in appearance. Hearing the latter, Hilda indignantly asked if there was something wrong with her. Rogan has already begun to check her letter, at the same time saying that she should not compare herself with others, but should become the one who knows and can do more than others. The girl got a headache from his words. She could no longer listen to his grumbling every day. Pointing to a letter lying on a stack of books, the Duke's granddaughter asked if it had all come from the palace. The guy told her that this was a response about the Night Castle, which said that the Empire wanted to discuss this issue. The Viscount suggested that this was a house that was of great importance, so it would not be easy to obtain it. Hilda said that the imperial family did not have magical powers, after which she asked if it would not be better for them to get rid of the Night Castle. She added that in the event of a sale, someone might dispute that magical blood flows in the imperial family, to which he replied that that is why, if something is missing, it should never be shown to anyone. Deciding to change her anger to mercy, Rogan took out a large chest completely filled with gold. The Duke's granddaughter ran up to him and asked with delight what it was, to which the guy replied that it was money for her maintenance until the summer. For a long time, the girl could not believe that all the money in the chest belonged only to her. Taking a couple of coins in her hands, she thought about what it meant to be an aristocrat. The Viscount said that this is money for her maintenance. It can be used to buy dresses, jewelry, facial and body treatments. The Duke's granddaughter asked how much money was used to buy the clothes she is wearing now. The guy calmly explained that all this was bought with his own money. When she asked why he did it, Rogan Stouse said that it was an apology gift because he couldn't prepare everything well on the first day, and she had to wear Mr. Fred's clothes. Holding the coin in her hands, she involuntarily thought that dresses for aristocrats were quite expensive, and he gave her several pieces. The Viscount reassured her, telling her not to worry, because he had enough money for this. The girl decided that since he was a Viscount, he had a lot of money, but it seemed to her that he did everything for her. She was grateful to Rogan, but still felt guilty and wanted to give back. At this time, her teacher went to the window, opened it, and let the fresh summer air into the room. Looking at him, Hilda joyfully asked him to spend just one day only with her. That evening, the Viscount headed to the library, thinking that the Duke's granddaughter wanted to take a walk around the neighborhood with him, but he knew the city too poorly. He decided that he had only one choice: to study everything about him in advance. All night, the guy was looking for information about the city. He studied history, popular places and landscapes, famous restaurants. Other aristocrats would have chosen to go to a theatrical performance, but he didn't know what she would choose. Rogan felt it was pointless to assume anything when it came to Hilda. The teacher did not know what she might like and what she would want to do, because she lived a completely different life. It was very difficult for him to understand and imagine what her free spirit would want this time. Returning to his bedroom, the Viscount met a man on his way who asked him whether he had really decided to go for a walk with his student. Coming closer, Rogan recognized in the stranger the features of Fiore's eldest son, Arpeggio. Raising his eyes a little higher, the guy realized that after what happened at the dinner, the aristocrat began to wear a hat. Fiore said that someone as crazy as Hilda should not go out anywhere, and his father is very reckless. The Viscount calmly said that his ward was a capable girl who simply did not have the opportunity to receive a decent education. The man suggested that the guy was having a hard time because he had to tame an unpredictable girl, and then said that he was just wasting his time. Rogan politely said that he did not think about it at all, since he was just following orders. His interlocutor came closer to him and said that this was exactly the answer he expected from him, because he liked his humility. Fiore angrily asked how long he was going to be his father's lapdog, then added that he had to take care of all the Arpeggios. Approaching even closer, the eldest son quietly asked if it was time for him to move on to others. In response to his answer that so far he did not see a single worthy person, the man pointed him to his place. He asked if he was going to judge the heirs of their great Arpeggio family. The Viscount said that he had no right to do this, because the decision would be made by the Duke himself. Then he calmly added that it so happened that he often listened to the opinion of his lapdog. After his words, the guy quickly turned around and walked away, leaving his trembling opponent alone. The next morning, Hilda was woken up very early, because of which she was indignant and asked whether it was really necessary to get up so early. The maid Dorothy talked about how her mistress should look good, because her date with the Viscount had finally arrived. How great she also looked. In response to the girl's indignation that they were not having a date, but just a walk, the maid said that she would make her a beauty from whom it would be impossible to take her eyes off. Hilda tried to explain to them that this was not at all necessary, But all the maids shouted that this was her first walk outside the castle since her arrival. The Duke's granddaughter wondered if she should dress up for such an exceptional occasion. Dorothy talked about tightening the corset even tighter and asked her mistress to hold her breath. They applied glitter to her collarbones so that when sunlight hit them, they would glow. A few hours later, Hilda Arpeggio was fully prepared for her first trip to the city. All the maids stared at her, saying that she had changed a lot and was not at all like herself when she arrived at the castle. They blurred with the realization that she now looked just like an aristocrat. Even though she didn't like what they said, she was still happy that the girls could laugh and act happy around her. Dorothy asked with interest what perfume the Viscount wears, because he always smells so nice. Hilda suggested that she could find out from his maids, but she was told that he did not like others touching his things. Hearing this, the girl could not understand why he was able to touch her, since he was such a neat guy. She suddenly realized that her teacher also had some feelings for her. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, and a maid appeared behind her. The girl announced that it was time for her mistress to leave, since the Viscount was waiting for her in the reception room. Having looked at her assistants one last time, Hilda happily thought that as soon as he saw her, he would be speechless. Holding her dress, the Duke's granddaughter ran as fast as she could along the corridor towards the reception room. She was very happy from the realization that he was also not indifferent to her. Rogan Staus stood relaxed by the window, waiting for his companion to come to him. Hearing footsteps approaching, he looked in the direction of the sound, and the first thing he saw was a beautiful dress. Because of the sun's rays, he could only see the silhouette in the dress, so he covered his eyes with his hand. The girl came closer to him so that he could see her through the fingers of his hand. When she asked what she looked like, the guy asked in surprise whether she would really wear it. Hilda asked, embarrassed, if he thought she looked strange or ugly. Rogan immediately realized that he had asked his question completely wrong, because he did not want it to sound so rude. Blushing, he said that she looked incredible, but it would be too much for a walk around the city. Seeing that she was seriously upset, the Viscount asked her to wait a little and headed towards the door. To her question about where he was running away, her companion mysteriously answered that he would return soon. Inspecting her dress, the girl decided that she thought it would be too much. She remembered how 3 maids carefully tried to make her a real aristocrat. While she was thinking, Rogan returned to her, saying that it would be enough to change her shoes. In his hands were low-heeled shoes, looking at which Hilda confidently announced that they were not hers. The guy bent down at her feet, intending to change her shoes, saying that she did not leave the castle and therefore did not see them. In response to her cries that she could change her shoes herself, the Viscount explained to her that it would not be easy for her to change her shoes in such a dress. She suggested calling the maids for help, to which he said that this was not necessary. The girl felt very awkward, but she saw from his face that for him this was the norm. Thinking that she might misunderstand something, the Duke's granddaughter stopped him. Hilda asked if her teacher really treated everyone in the castle so kindly. The guy always told her that he was following the Duke's orders, but this time he acted for his own reasons, so he answered her negatively. The Duke's granddaughter did not at all expect such a manifestation of concern for her person from him. After the incident, they boarded a carriage that took them straight to the city. The puppy went with them and said that he was ashamed that some people dared to put a pink cap on him. While the Viscount was talking about how they had almost reached the Square of Roses, the girl was thinking about what the dog must like, since he doesn't take off this hat. Looking out the window, Hilda was surprised by so many people, but noticed that she did not see a single rose. Rogan asked her if she knew what the family coat of arms of the Arpeggio family looked like, to which she replied that she already sees all these family stories in her dreams. Suddenly, the Duke's granddaughter remembered that the Arpeggio family coat of arms depicted a rose, which is why the square was called that. This city belonged to her family, and if she had continued to live as Hilda Roos, she would never have been able to see this place. Now she understood how different the world in which she grew up was from Arpeggio's. After the carriage stopped, the Viscount stepped out first to offer her his hand. The coachman told them that he would return for them only in the evening, after which he wished them to have a good time. As soon as the carriage left, the puppy immediately began to sniff the smells around him. The girl asked him what he felt. The half-beast answered that he smelled a weapon. Rogan stated that there was a gun store nearby that could emit such an aroma. Hilda happily stroked the dog, saying that he sensed such a distant smell, just like a real dog. While they were walking down the street, he continued to shout that he was a wolf and not a dog, but first cast a spell so that all the people around him would hear only barking. Tired of listening to him, the girl asked whether he wanted to go to the sugar bomb or not, to which the puppy happily answered in the affirmative. Jumping from her arms, he declared that he would go ahead of them to the smell of delicious desserts. The Viscount sighed heavily, saying that they had just arrived. "I was already going to the candy store." He added that this is a good chance to walk around famous places and learn history. The puppy was absolutely not happy with this, so he asked him to shut up and follow him. Watching them, the Duke's granddaughter thought that her teacher himself should be glad that they were going to the store. Last night, Hilda and Dorothy went to the castle's cook to ask what Rogan liked. The only things that came to the girl's mind were books, studying, memorizing, and making fun of her. Dorothy also thought about this question, trying to understand what exactly he liked. Hilda was surprised that even her maid did not know this, so she asked if he was really human, and if so, then he must like something. The Duke's granddaughter's suggestion that he might like gems and money was rejected by the maid, who said that he didn't spend much of it, so he didn't care about it. The cook laughed at them and asked if they had ever seen a man without an appetite. He added that he had been preparing food for the Viscount for a long time, and of course, knew what dishes he liked. The man looked carefully at the girls and mysteriously told them the treasured information. Now Hilda, Rogan, and the puppy were sitting in the main candy store in the city, watching her companion. The girl thought that he looked very cold, but he should like black tea with sugar and very sweet chocolate cake. As soon as they were brought all kinds of desserts, the Duke's granddaughter first invited him to try them. She put some sweets on a separate plate and placed it on the puppy's table. While she was doing this, the Viscount broke off the first piece of sweetness and put it into his mouth. Hilda immediately asked if he liked it, but instead the puppy answered that these were real sweets. Wiping crumbs from his face, the guy calmly said that he really liked everything. The girl realized that the cook was absolutely right, because her companion really liked sweet desserts. The Duke's granddaughter said she didn't know he liked sweet food so much. The guy was a little embarrassed, and she thought that perhaps it was his secret. He said quietly that he seemed to always try to restrain himself so that no one would notice. She explained to him that she had only heard this from the cook, to which he asked if she thought it was strange. Rogan clarified that he meant whether it was strange that a man really liked sweet food, to which he received her answer that there was nothing strange about it. The girl asked him what gender might have to do with taste preferences, because although she looks cute, she really likes to drink. Hilda modestly asked if there was anything else he liked besides desserts. In response to his misunderstanding, she clarified that it could be something very small. The guy made a thoughtful face and looked carefully at his interlocutor. The Duke's granddaughter thought that she just asked what he liked, and he thought so seriously about where it came from that he didn't think about himself at all. After some time, Rogan said in a serious tone that he liked compliments. He added that he likes it when his merits are recognized, because then he understands that everything was not in vain. The girl noticed that he was already very smart, and therefore worthy of eternal praise. She knew things could have been different, but he tried his best to be the best and get praise. Hilda admired her teacher more and more every day, gradually falling in love with him. The puppy suggested that his owner should also try hard to receive compliments. He added that it's like the ugly duckling, because he will live longer if at least he receives praise and support from someone. Licking his paws, the dog finished his thought by saying that this makes him move on. The Duke's granddaughter was very indignant at the puppy's words and wanted to answer him something, but she understood that he was right, because she only caused everyone inconvenience. Suddenly, the Viscount took her hands and said that she should not worry, because she was coping with everything very well. Hilda looked up at him shyly and was deeply grateful for his gesture. She thought that it didn't matter what her position was, because she was very happy to receive approval from him. After lunch at the candy store, all three of them went on to walk around the city. The girl joyfully looked at the numerous beautiful dresses standing along the window of the store. Her teacher, in turn, did not forget to visit the library to teach her a lesson. In the evening, a carriage arrived for them, in which they were finally able to rest from an active day. Rogan asked if she was happy about how she spent the day with him. Hilda said that she had a lot of fun, to which he replied that he had not gone for a walk in the city for a long time. The puppy said that he also had fun because people had never treated him that way before. Before he could finish speaking, the cart came to an abrupt stop, causing all three to hit the interior walls. The guy quickly rushed to the Duke's granddaughter, asking if everything was okay with her. He said that he would come out to look and ordered her to stay inside the cart. Hilda told him that it was dangerous to go out alone and suggested that he take the puppy with him and use it as a weapon. Taking the puppy with him, the Viscount headed outside, telling her not to go out. As the Duke's granddaughter watched them leave, all she could think about was that they be careful. After some time, she heard a loud scream of a man, which greatly frightened her. She trembled and thought that most likely this man had just been killed. Hilda was just about to get out of the cart to check if they were safe, when the Viscount's menacing voice ordered her to remain in place. The girl was seriously scared, and nevertheless decided to disobey the order and get out of the cart. Outside, she discovered that her puppy had returned to her previous form and told her that she didn't have the strength to defend herself, so she shouldn't just wander around like that. The Duke's granddaughter turned to the cart and asked what had happened to the groom. Rogan abruptly approached her and closed her eyes, saying that she should not see this. Through her fingers, the girl noticed a man lying on the floor covered in blood and wondered in horror if the robbers had really done this. The guide told her that it was necessary to return to the cart, to which she asked in fear whether these were really robbers. Half of the beast had lost its paws and said that ordinary robbers would not attack her cart, which means they were hired killers. The Viscount shouted loudly at him because the girl in his arms began to tremble more and more. She thought about who could be the target of the assassins and why they attacked now. The girl did not understand what she had done so that someone would order her murder. At this time, the puppy declared that it was time for dinner and attacked the wounded man lying on the ground. Hilda finally broke free from the hands of her teacher and loudly exclaimed that he should not dare kill the attacker. The wolf stopped biting the side of the masked boy lying on the ground and looked displeased at his owner. The frightened girl realized that she needed to find out who was behind this entire attempt on her life. Not far from the scene of the incident, there was a small house in which a man was sitting. Nervous, he did not notice how he gradually chewed off all the nails on his hand, thinking that the performers were supposed to return. Hilda continued to command her spirit, telling him to stop killing his attackers. The angry wolf loudly declared that in such cases, there is no need to show mercy. The girl explained to him that since he was an unusual robber, he needed to find out whose orders he was carrying out. The puppy said menacingly that people like to complicate things because they could just kill him. She told him that if he found the instigator, he could do whatever he wanted with that man. The Duke's granddaughter thought that the robber killed an innocent coachman, so she agrees with the words of the puppy that in such cases there is no place for mercy. Having gone in search of the criminal, the puppy thought that she would not take back her words. The man waiting for the robbers in the house turned out to be the vile Timo Arpeggio. His father, Fior Arpeggio, suddenly entered the house, asking him what he was doing there. They clearly did not expect to see each other at such a late hour in such a strange place. As soon as the father walked through the door, a hitman immediately approached the house with a story about what happened. Timo was seriously frightened and asked what happened, that only one of the team returned, to which he was told that a monster had appeared. Fiore looked at the performer incredulously and asked him again whether he understood correctly that he had said the word monster. The wounded robber said that they saw an animal over 2 meters tall, after which he stated that his customers should know about it. The Duke's son looked furiously at the speaker and asked where the robbers had seen him. The guy said that he attacked them at the foot of the sloping road that leads into the city. Before he could finish speaking, Fiore, with a quick movement of his sword, tore his head off his shoulders. Having sheathed his sword, Timo's father walked up to his son, hit him in the face, and told him that he was a fool. He assumed that the guy couldn't come up with such a plan alone, so he asked whose idea it was. The Duke's eldest son put a lot of pressure on the frightened guy, and he told him that it was Madame Terrina's plan. Fiore became even more angry and shouted about how he could be such a thoughtless fool. Timo said that this girl, who has dirty blood mixed in, demoted them and is trying to gain recognition from her grandfather with some insignificant magic. The formidable man asked if he really couldn't kill this girl with his own hands, so he turned to the mistress for help, to which Timo replied that she knew several people who could do this job flawlessly. The puppy overheard his father say that if it had been a professional, he would have committed suicide the moment things went wrong, rather than crawling around leaving his blood everywhere. Fior explained to his son that if that girl died, then Therina would pin all the blame on him and get rid of everyone involved without lifting a finger. The half-beast headed even deeper into the house, where it could hear more useful information for its owner. Timo talked about how no one except him and Tarina knew about this plan. Fiore told him to pray that Rutia's daughter would live, because if she did not die, then neither would he. The father added that he made his father get covered in blood, after which he called him a fool. Having calmed down a little, the eldest son of the Duke began to remember what the dead robber had told him about. He looked closely at his son and angrily declared that this girl was clearly hiding something, but the monster could become Hilda's huge weakness. At the same time, the Duke's granddaughter and the Viscount calmed the horse, after which the guy asked if everything was all right with his companion. The girl said that everything was fine, despite the pain in her stomach, and then asked if one of her family members was behind all this. Rogan calmly suggested waiting for more accurate information from the scout pup. Suddenly, something moved in the bushes. Her teacher turned around and saw something flying in their direction. He quickly covered Hilda with himself, so the dagger flying towards them lightly brushed his hand. The girl fell to the ground and screamed in pain and surprise, but quickly came to her senses. Raising her head, she saw the Viscount heading towards the bushes with a sword in his hands. In the darkness, she could not see anything, only heard the sounds of intense battle. A man dressed entirely in black furiously attacked Rogan as he ran up to him. The Viscount was not inferior to him, but felt that he was a little lacking in strength due to the previous fight. The girl understood that at this rate he could suffer because they were trying to protect her. Deciding to correct the situation, she cast a fire spell on the cart, thanks to which the forest around was filled with blue light. Turning her head from side to side, Hilda could not see the assassin in the shadows. The robber wasted no time and, jumping up, quickly began to attack the Viscount. Finally seeing her attacker, the Duke's granddaughter began to gather mana around her. A few seconds later, a strong stream of magic was directed at the robber, causing him to fly several meters away. The Viscount was greatly surprised that Lady Hilda was able to use her magic to save his life. The criminal shouted to be extinguished immediately because all his clothes were on fire. The girl was very proud of herself. It seemed to her as if her heart should jump out of her chest. The attacker did not let up and began to attack the Duke's granddaughter, shouting that he would kill her. She stood in a stupor, not understanding whether she could reproduce the magic again, but decided to try. With the last of her strength, she gathered the remnants of her magic and once again cast the necessary spell. After all, Hilda began to bandage the wound of the Viscount, who asked her if everything was okay with her, to which she replied that she was very sorry, because this was her first time in such a situation. The guy touched her trembling hands and said that she had nothing to apologize for, because it is natural to be afraid and surprised at such moments. Deciding to tie the bandage tighter, he grabbed one end with his teeth, grabbed the other end with his hand, and pulled it towards himself with all his strength. He explained to her that, fortunately, there were no serious injuries, and he survived only because she used her magic in time. After his words, she felt a little calmer. But the Duke's granddaughter said that this time she felt different than the last time she used magic. Rogan told her that he felt it too, and suggested that perhaps her strength was growing. The girl explained that she thought that he might die, after which, at some point, she was overcome by fear and flared up. She said that the innocent coachman was killed, he was wounded, but the killer was unharmed, so she became very angry. Seeing the fire in her eyes, the Viscount assumed that her magic was born from collected emotions. He tried to find words to console her, and said that, thanks to the fact that she killed the attacker, they are now safe. The Duke's granddaughter tried to tell him something to counter his arguments, but could not find the words. After thinking for a while, Hilda asked him how they would get back to the palace. Since the carriage fell apart, the guy put her on a horse, sat behind her, and headed towards the castle. Feeling excitement and adrenaline, the girl said that she would tell something at such a moment, because there were too many curious people in the house. She furiously declared that she also wanted to test herself and would claim the place of heiress of the family. The Viscount asked in surprise if she didn't want a calm and measured life when she entered the family. Hilda explained that since they send an assassin, seeing her as a threat, that is, it is worth truly becoming one for them. To his question about whether she really thought that he would support her in this, the girl replied that she could not hope for it, because he was acting only on the orders of the Duke. Encouraged by her speeches, the granddaughter of the Duke added that this is precisely why she wants to become the heir to the Duchess of Arpeggio. Rogan Staus watched in amazement as her snow-white hair flowed beautifully in the wind. At the castle, they were met by the maid Dorothy, who asked them why they returned so late. She demanded detailed explanations because she was very worried about them. Noticing the disheveled appearance of her mistress, the maid asked what happened, to which she heard the answer that they were meeting robbers on the way back. Thinking that there was no need to bother Dorothy even more, Hilda said that she was alive thanks to Mr. Stausy. Turning to the butler, she asked him to send the people away at dawn because their coachman had been killed. The butler worriedly asked if everything was all right with them after the attack by the bandits. To this, the Viscount replied that the robbers were uncouth people, so he dealt with them alone. The man suggested that since they were traveling without servants, so when they saw the expensive carriage, they thought that there were rich and middle-class people inside. After this, the butler decided to take Roshan to his chambers to heal his wounds, and the maid suggested that her mistress change clothes and wash herself. Going to her room, the girl noticed 3 people standing on the balcony who were clearly discussing them. She realized that one of them was responsible for this incident, Fiore, his wife, or Therina. After some time, the puppy arrived, so the girl immediately invited the Viscount to her place to hear the whole truth. The half-beast confidently stated that none other than Timo Arpeggio was behind the entire assassination attempt. Hearing the treasured name, Hilda jumped up from her seat and asked in surprise if this was the one who looked a little strange, tall, and skinny. The Viscount raised his index finger to his lips, reminding her to be quiet. The Duke's granddaughter moved closer to her teacher and said that this guy didn't look like a person capable of such a thing. She suggested that perhaps his father forced him to do so to get revenge for ruining his hair. The puppy said that Fiore knew nothing about this, and when she asked how he could know this, he explained that he had overheard their conversation. The little wolf reported that it looked like Timo's father found out about everything too late and tried to stop his son. He added that a completely different person was behind all this, after which Rogan suggested that Mrs. Torino was to blame. The girl asked in fear whether she really had a good relationship with the Fiore family, because before that, they were at enmity. The Viscount reported that Mr. Timo was a bit weak-willed, so he could not do this job alone. He added that if someone supports him, he can easily agree to the deal. The guy said that if she wanted to get rid of 2 birds with 1 stone, then this option was quite possible. To which the Duke's granddaughter asked if Fiore and she were really these 2 birds with 1 stone. The puppy explained that Fiore had said the same thing to his son, then added that he actually thought he was a fool, seeing that hair was burned. Hilda was outraged that Torino was using Timo, but he didn't even suspect that he was digging a hole for himself. She thought that there were too many people who wanted her to die quickly. Out of fatigue, the girl covered her face with her hand, took a deep breath, and thought for a while. In her opinion, she needed to get rid of both Therina and Timo at the same time. However, she understood that she would not be able to get the position of heiress if she was at enmity with everyone. She was overcome with madness from the realization that she had set herself an impossible task. After some time, Hilda, having thought it over carefully, suggested using Fiore. The Viscount asked if she really wanted to use this incident to her advantage. The girl explained to him that they should at least try to do just that. The guy asked what would happen if he pretended that he didn't know anything, because they didn't have any solid evidence. Hilda enthusiastically stated that they would not need evidence, but only a witness. They sat at the table for a very long time and discussed how they should act correctly in this situation. That same evening, the Duke's granddaughter could not sleep at all due to the emotions she had experienced during the day. She didn't understand how she got here and why she still decided to become the successor to the Arpeggio family. The girl thought that she simply wanted to live in prosperity and peace. But no matter how brave she was in front of Rogan, she was not sure that she could become an heiress. Turning from side to side, Hilda still could not fall asleep. Even the sound of the slightest wind emanating from the slightly open window scared her. It seemed to her that she would never be able to sleep peacefully again. Having dozed off, she immediately jumped up in bed, thinking that someone might attack her. Hugging the pillow, the Duke's granddaughter tried to calm her fear and free herself from obsessive, terrible thoughts. Raising her head, she saw that a warm light was shining slightly just outside her door. She was frightened by the thought that perhaps they could be hired killers again. The girl realized that most likely the maid was already asleep, so there was no point in calling her for help. Shaking with fear, Hilda heard a very quiet male voice asking if she was sleeping. After catching her thoughts, she realized that her teacher, Rogan Staus, was standing outside her door. The Duke's granddaughter wondered why he came to her at such an hour. She thought that the Viscount himself had said that it was not proper for a young man to frequent a young lady's chambers, but now he himself stood at her door. Seeing that the light was slowly moving away from her room, Hilda rushed to the door, shouting that she was no longer sleeping. She managed to stop him and loudly declared that she was not sleeping at all, but quite the opposite. The guy turned towards the loud sound, and the first thing he said to her was the question of why she wasn't wearing slippers. The girl looked down and thought that she ran out in a hurry and forgot to put them on, but decided that in such a situation, she needed to behave confidently, as befits an aristocrat. Raising her head proudly, she asked if the Viscount really had something to do with her, to which the guy replied that he just wanted to check if she was sleeping. The Duke's granddaughter said a little embarrassedly that she couldn't find a place because of insomnia. Rogan added that he just wanted to tell her to go to bed as soon as possible. The guy explained to her that one of the main principles of the aristocracy is good sleep. Pouting a little, Hilda asked how many such principles they had. Without listening to her, the Viscount put down a candle, picked up the girl in his arms, and declared that it was not proper for a lady to walk around the house barefoot, to which she replied that she knew that this was against the rules of etiquette, after which she asked to let her go. He calmly carried her to bed, not intending to comply with her request to put her on the cold floor with his bare feet. Rogan looked at her carefully and informed her that, despite the etiquette, she could simply get hurt, so he did not let her go. Having put her in bed, he covered her with a blanket, which completely embarrassed the Duke's granddaughter. She quietly thanked him, to which he smiled sweetly and told her to go to sleep. Stroking her hair, the Viscount said that he would be there until she fell asleep. Hilda only thought about whether this concern really came from the Duke's orders. The Duke's granddaughter asked quietly if he could hold her hand until she fell asleep. The guy, without hesitation, complied with her request and took her cool hand with his warm palm. She looked at him carefully, after which he told her that he remembered very well how he almost died as a child, so he also could not sleep at night, thinking that he would be killed. He reported that, spending the night with his eyes open, the shadows on the ceiling in the room became more and more like monsters. Imagining this picture, Hilda thought about who held the little Viscount's hand when he was scared. The guy explained that in the end, no one could kill him, so he advised her not to be afraid and to fall asleep. She thought about what it would be like to have someone you could trust. The girl decided that as soon as she became a duchess, she would immediately be able to make him completely hers. With these thoughts, she calmly fell asleep, continuing to hold his hand. The next morning, Hilda happily opened the window to let cool air into her room. Inspired, the Duke's granddaughter wondered whether she should begin to put her plan into action. Last night, she suggested using the sound magic that her teacher taught her last time. He explained to her that the spell was quite complicated, but that couldn't stop her idea. The girl said that as evidence, she would collect the voice of Tarina, who speaks of Timo as the culprit. The Viscount asked how she was going to do this, since the lady would not say such a thing so easily. Hilda said that the most important thing is that she says Timo's name, and then they will correct the recording a little. The guy insisted that gathering magic was possible, but he never said that it could be tweaked simply because such a spell didn't exist. The Duke's granddaughter found a way out of this situation by proposing to simply create a new one. So now she sat in the greenhouse with Tharina and thanked her for agreeing to have tea with her. The woman replied that at this time it is best to have a tea party in the greenhouse, to which the girl asked her if she didn't mind sometimes devoting time to her in this way. Sipping her tea, the Duke's wife briefly replied that she was ready to do this very rarely. Bringing a mug of tea to her, Hilda said that the drink had a very pleasant aroma. Tarina said that she heard that something terrible happened to her recently, after which she stated that she was glad that she had already recovered. Changing mercy to anger, she asked if they managed to catch the culprit of the attack. The Duke's granddaughter assumed that the woman would agree to the tea party, only to find out more details. She said that, unfortunately, the body was burned without a trace, so it could not be identified, to which the Duke's wife stated that recently the robbers had become completely unruly. Tharina said that Hilda was very lucky to be alive, to which she replied that heaven was on her side. Having decided that it was time to collect information, the girl said that, sitting in the greenhouse, she involuntarily remembered her father, who was a gardener by profession. She then said that she had heard from the servants that her father used to work at the castle as a gardener, after which she asked if the woman knew him. Tarina answered with a soulless look that unfortunately she did not know him because she had never met Rutsia. Hilda said that she was very sorry, because her father was really very handsome. Using cunning, she assumed that her father was as tall as Mr. Fiore's son, after which she assumed that his name was Fred. The Duke's wife was clearly unhappy that the newly made aristocrat had not yet learned all the names. She displeasedly explained to her interlocutor that Fiore's son's name is Timo Arpeggio. The girl pretended that she had learned all the names incorrectly, to which the woman replied that this was very bad, because if she made such mistakes in front of other people, then she would have a hard time. Tarina looked at her mockingly and said that she still had a lot to learn, and it must be very difficult for her teacher. Hilda thought that she could laugh as much as she wanted, because soon the reasons for laughter would disappear, but she confirmed her words out loud. That evening, she went to the Viscount to reproduce everything she had recorded, using the magic of sounds. Rogan wrote down all the words on a piece of paper, and the girl was interested in why he uses such complex expressions, because it would be better to remove them so that the sentence becomes shorter. The guy explained to her that the effectiveness of magic lies in how beautiful and impressive the spell it creates. She asked her puppy if this was true, to which he replied that a word can cut worse than a knife. The Viscount said that the language of the runes is a tool for creating a dialogue with the universe, and she prefers to respond to more polite words. Seeing that her teacher had finished writing down all the words, she invited him to try to perform the spell. He took out a pendant with a rose, attached it to the written letter, and began to cast a spell. With the help of Rogan's spell, the voices of Hilda and Tharina began to appear in the form of letters. The guy looked at the text and said that there were too many unnecessary words, and the puppy added that it would take a long time to correct it. The two of them suggested that everything would work out if they plunged into it headlong for 2 days. The little wolf reasoned that this is not a matter that can be solved only with the help of magical abilities, because it will only work if there is a deep understanding of the spell and a great connection with the universe. The girl decided not to hesitate, touched the flying letters with her hand, and suggested simply erasing the unnecessary parts. The puppy mockingly stated that if everything was so easy to do, they would do it that way. Hilda said enthusiastically that she was doing great, and was even surprised that it was so easy. Rogan tried to stop her, saying that it could be dangerous, but the Duke's granddaughter was determined to remove all unnecessary things. The puppy who was watching her informed her that her skills in magic were not strong, but incredibly powerful. Looking back at him, the girl thought that she did not understand at all what he was talking about. Then her gaze fell on her teacher's face, which was soft and hopeful. Hilda decided that since he was smiling, it meant that she was really very good. Thus, they received false testimony, and all that remained was to figure out the time and place to blackmail Timo. But after the incident with the attack, Fiore stuck to him and did not even think of leaving him alone. The girl was well aware that she needed to pick the moment and meet Timo alone. Walking one day in the park, the Viscount told her that the next day Mr. Fiore would not be in the castle. Hilda was stunned by the news, but realized that this might be her only chance. Before that, she had been tormented all night by thoughts, and even secretly watched Fiore's son. But she just needed to discuss everything with Rogan. The guy said that early in the morning he would go to the estate of Baron Raguel, so he would probably return only the day after tomorrow morning or late in the evening. The Duke's granddaughter asked how he knew so much, and suggested that he had the gift of foresight. He explained to her that he had heard out of the corner of his ear that there would be a billiards meeting at the Baron's house, and Mr. Fiore never misses such meetings of high society. Hilda asked with interest whether he really loved entertainment that much, to which the guy replied that the billiards meeting was not just for fun. Rogan added that the people on it, pretending to be close friends, looked closely at the enemy forces and showed off themselves, and of course, collected information. In response to her question about whether he would take his son with him, the Viscount suggested that he would not waste money and pay a fee for the participation of 2 at once. Her teacher said that many tea parties also have a participation fee or some other conditions, to which the girl thought that the aristocrats were going crazy. They didn't know what to do with their money. She calmly stated that, be that as it may, everything worked out perfectly, because the meeting was organized at the most opportune time. The Viscount smiled mysteriously and said that this was indeed a lucky coincidence. Watching him, Hilda caught the strangeness in his behavior, but quickly guessed everything. Running up to him, she assumed that he had done something to make this billiards meeting take place. Turning to her, the guy said that he had only prepared the place, and then asked if she could handle the rest herself. The Duke's granddaughter happily declared that he need not worry, because she is a master of threats. The next morning, as the Viscount had predicted, Fior Arpeggio went to the meeting. Watching him through the window, the girl thought that, for this man, access to high society was much more important than supervising his own son. At the same time, the butler came to her, informing her that she could go to Timo. Hilda realized that Fiore had advised his son not to meet her alone, but Timo arrogantly decided that he could cope with her himself. In any case, for her, it was only for the better. Timo rudely said that she didn't even know when to bow her head, after which he called her an uneducated girl. The girl calmly declared that he should bow his head to her. When she asked why he thought she came, the guy suggested that if she came to apologize for the incident when she set fire to his father's hair, then she should bow her head to the floor. The Duke's granddaughter was outraged by such impudence and menacingly said that it was he who should apologize. Looking straight into his eyes, the girl stoically said that he should apologize for trying to kill her. Fiore's son immediately started screaming that she had no evidence. If he were truly innocent, he would be confused or ask what kind of nonsense she was talking about, but at least he would not talk about evidence. Hilda sadly realized that the Duke's grandson had actually tried to kill her in secret. The girl asked him if he really thought that she came to him without evidence, to which he shouted that she was lying. She took out the medallion and began to cast a spell to the wild, incomprehensible exclamations of Timo. From the medallion came the words of Mrs. Thurina, who said that she heard that a few days ago she experienced something truly terrible. She had to use sound-gathering magic and editing magic to intimidate him. She had to learn so much at an accelerated pace that she did not understand whether she should be grateful for it or vice versa. The recording said that Timo Arpeggio was the culprit, but since it was all fabricated, the girl felt a little insecure. Hearing his name, the guy fell to his knees and began to say that he was not the criminal at all. Removing the pendant from her neck, Hilda slowly walked towards him as he shook in fear. Approaching him closely, the Duke's granddaughter announced that she was going to give this recording to the Duke. On his knees, Timo begged her not to do this, because otherwise he would be finished. She indignantly asked why on earth she shouldn't do this, to which he replied that it wasn't him who did it all. The girl asked if he really thought that Mrs. Thurina was just testimony. Hilda added that the Duke's wife said that she had evidence and promised to testify before the Duke with her. Desperate, the guy began to sob and scream that Mrs. Thurina herself had personally given him this order. He said that she was the real criminal, but was trying to shift all the blame onto him. Exhausted, Timo stopped saying anything, causing an awkward silence to fall in the room. After a while, Hilda looked at him piercingly and broke the silence. She slyly asked if he really thought that she came to him without knowing this information. The girl explained to him that Mrs. Thurina would never willingly help her and give evidence. Having received everything she needed, the Duke's granddaughter mockingly explained to him that it was not the mistress who came to her, but she was the first to come to the mistress. Timo continued to shake with fear, but had already stopped sobbing, asking her why she had come to him. Hilda explained that she already knew everything, that the real instigator was her grandfather's wife. The girl said that she knew very well that the woman was simply using him, planning to make him out to be a criminal in order to evade responsibility. In response to his question about how she knew about all this, the Duke's granddaughter remembered that she had a cute puppy who was very good at secret surveillance. She stated that she was not obligated to explain her secrets to him, after which she said that if she provided this evidence to the Duke, he would become a criminal, plotting the murder of his own relative. Having said this, Hilda headed towards the exit under Timo's inaudible shouts. Halfway there, she turned around and smiled good-naturedly, saying that she was ready to give him a chance. The girl explained that if he apologized to her and confessed to what he had done, writing down what happened in detail, she would destroy the evidence and not tell the Duke anything. The Duke's granddaughter said that she did not want to team up with such a person, which meant that if she had to cooperate with one of the two, she would choose his father. After her arguments, she affectionately announced that now the choice was only his. Hilda reminded him that he could let her go and tell the Duke about all this. Afterwards, she handed him a piece of paper, saying that he could honestly confess everything and win her over to her and her father's side. A day later, Mr. Fiore Arpeggio arrived, greeted by a maid and a butler. Entering the castle, the man was a little taken aback because he saw in front of him someone whom he did not expect to meet at all. Hilda was on his way, offering him tea if he was not busy, to which he replied that he was not going to waste time drinking tea with someone like her. She handed him his son's confession, saying that he would most likely change his mind when he read it. Taking the sheet of paper in his hands, Fior quickly ran through what was written and immediately tried to tear the sheet. Noticing this, the Duke's granddaughter asked if he really thought that she had not left any spell on this paper. After a while, she repeated her question, inviting him to have a cup of tea with her. When they arrived at the greenhouse, the Duke's eldest son asked her directly what she wanted from him. He added that if she was going to harm him, she would probably show the document not to him, but to the father or his wife. So he assumed that she wanted to make a deal with him. Hilda confirmed his words and thought that the Viscount was right about Fiore being quite smart and catching on quickly. The man warned that if she took this piece of paper, went to her father and started whining, he wouldn't even blink an eye. The Duke's granddaughter knew very well that the head of the family would not protect her by throwing out his eldest son. She knew that if the matter grew and rumors spread, he would most likely blame her for causing all this fuss. The girl said that this letter could undermine his status as an heir. Hearing this, Fiore jumped up, dropping his mug of tea and shouting that she didn't dare talk like that. Hilda mockingly stated that she would only add fuel to the fire, and Mistress Terina would do the rest. To his words, that since she heard about everything from his son, she should know perfectly well that the Duke's wife is an accomplice. She replied that there is a confession by Timo, but there is no evidence or anything else on Terina. And even on the contrary, she could blame his son for setting her up. The man was indignant that she could not come up with such a plan herself, after which he cursed the Viscount. But the girl only smiled. She reminded him that he should know him much better, then asked if he would really try so hard for her. Hilda reported that he himself said that Staus was a loyal assistant only for the Duke. Having measured his ardor, she smiled mysteriously and suggested getting down to business, saying that he had not asked what she wanted. The Duke's granddaughter began to say that, firstly, he should behave with respect towards her. Not listening to his indignation, she added that he should no longer call her a girl or a vixen, but call her Hilda Arpeggio. Hearing that he was funny, Hilda said that this was not a difficult condition, because she did not ask him to treat her as his niece, to which Fiore agreed with her. Satisfied that he had finally begun to listen to her, the Duke's granddaughter began to talk about the second condition. She asked him to organize a tea party and introduce her to other aristocrats, observing all formalities and politeness. Noticing the misunderstanding on his face, the girl understood him perfectly, because she herself was also in shock. This idea was proposed by Rogan Staus, so she also did not understand why it was necessary. She asked him why she should ask for some kind of tea party if they already received the perfect confession. The Viscount explained that the tea party is a place to meet people and receive information, so it is quite prestigious to hold it. After which he suggested that he tell her that she must protect the position of the heiress. So from today on, she will unite with Fiore and will deeply trust and support him. The girl didn't like this tea party idea at all, because it was so hard to get Timo's confession. Rogan, pacing the table with his fingers, said that the human heart is not easy to win. He added that by following all the steps, step by step, it will be possible to get it. Having reached her hand, the guy gently touched her and looked carefully into her beautiful eyes. Therefore, now, sitting opposite the Duke's eldest son, she heard him repeating her request, clearly trying to understand all the pitfalls of this undertaking. Fiore, as the first son of the Duke, had power, so he could arrange a tea party for her and even introduce her to other nobles. Just the fact that the Duke's first son, Fior Arpeggio, was standing behind her gave her at least some kind of power. However, since he didn't know everything, he might have thought that this was too simple a request compared to the cards in her hands. She understood that she would hook him, and the negotiations would go smoothly, and soon she heard that he accepted her condition. The next day, Hilda continued studying with her teacher. The puppy happily stated that the Viscount had a natural talent for creating spells, after which he turned to his mistress with a question about how long she was going to look at one point. The Duke's granddaughter was indignant that the lesson was held at dawn, but could not stop thinking about the beautiful Rogan. The girl did not understand how he could be so handsome even at such an early hour. When he asked if she was tired, Hilda explained that she had a lot to work on in connection with the case of Fiore and Timo. The Viscount said that if he thought about it, soon, due to the incident, Mr. Timo would have to leave the estate. The guy said that it looks like he is being transferred to a boarding school in the south. Presumably, he is being sent to a place where magic is lacking. He added that, for example, the magic of Mrs. Thurina or Hilda herself could reach him. She screamed that when he said that, it looked like she had done something as bad as Tarina. The girl added that although the Duke's wife was going to take her life, all she did was make Timo fall to his knees and cry. The puppy said that it was time for her to stop talking in vain, and instead it was necessary to concentrate on the lesson. Deciding that she was not ready to return to her studies, Hilda happily announced that she had decided on what she wanted to receive from the Duke as a reward. The wolf told her that she had no composure, and the Viscount asked what she was talking about. A Duke's granddaughter has revealed she received a promise from her grandfather during a recent family dinner after he was touched by her stunning magic. Rogan asked with interest what she decided to choose for herself as a reward. Hilda made a mysterious expression on her face, smiled contentedly, and tried to stall for time. Sometime later, she went to her grandfather and asked him to assign a knight to her. She argued that she only needed someone who could protect her by taking responsibility for her life. The Duke said that he heard that a few days ago she was attacked by robbers, after which he asked you if that was why she was asking him for such a favor. He added that the Viscount also knew how to use a sword, and then asked if she didn't trust his skills. Hilda loudly protested that she was saved that day by Rogan Staus. Grandfather clarified that she still wants to hire a knight because she cannot protect herself and asks to find her a defender, and then added that she sounds very weak for someone who calls himself Arpeggio. The Duke sternly declared that there was no need to look for a knight just for her sake, because no one would try to harm her, unless it was a robber blinded by a few pennies. The girl thought about how tired she was of constantly hearing the name Arpeggio, because the Duke didn't even know what those blinded by power had done. Hilda mentally told him that it was not robbers who attacked her, but his wife almost killed her. Without giving up, she said that he did not quite understand her correctly, after which she asked permission to explain again. Having received an affirmative answer from him, the girl said that she did not need a protector, but a knight, to which he noted that he did not see any difference in this, asking her if she didn't just want to get a bodyguard who would protect her. The Duke's granddaughter confirmed that she did need protection, but firmly said that first of all, she wanted someone who would teach her how to wield a sword. Grandfather looked at her disapprovingly and asked if she really wanted to learn how to wield a sword. Sitting down in a chair, the Duke declared that this was absurd and asked what was good about a noblewoman wielding a sword. Hilda explained that if she learned to wield a sword, at least among noble ladies, she would become the most skilled in this matter. She stated that when it comes to the sword, then she, Lady Arpeggio, would be number one, because she should learn playing musical instruments, singing or embroidery, like the daughters of other families, and then asked if the Arpeggios were the family that follows rules created by others, or a family setting new rules. The Duke looked at her displeasedly and assumed that she had decided to arrogantly test him using some small magical power. Hearing his words, she felt like a small bunny in front of a large and angry tiger. The girl understood that if she gave in, everything would come to an end, so she said that she was not doing this because she hoped for magical powers. Gathering her will into a fist, Hilda Arpeggio loudly declared that they believed in the influence of the Duke, who gave her the surname Arpeggio. The anger of the head of the family changed to mercy, which was reflected well on his interested face. His granddaughter continued to talk about how, once the lady of their family picked up a sword, all the young ladies would soon do the same. There was an awkward silence, after which the grandfather announced that he would provide her with a knight. The joyful granddaughter thanked the Duke, to which he asked her to leave the room. Walking out the door, she exhaled easily. I thought that, fortunately, she did not die from nerves. Hilda imagined a knight who would take her side and protect her with his life. After some time, the Duke's granddaughter walked barefoot on the green grass, reasoning that she should have held back, because she had nowhere else to go. She thought that she had always known that the Viscount was demanding and stingy with praise, but he was the only one who was on her side. Shortly before this, the guy very carefully tested her knowledge, saying that if the process did not lead to an ideal result, then it was useless. The girl argued that not all people can be ideal like him, and she is also an ordinary person. She loudly stated that instead of just telling her what she was bad at, she wanted him to also look at what she was good at, to which he replied that if he wanted to hear praise, he would ask the Duke to give her teacher who was generous to her. Seething with indignation, the girl pointed her finger at her teacher and said that he was a zero as a teacher. After Hilda repeated her words again, she headed straight to the exit from the hall. To speed up, the girl simultaneously took off her uncomfortable shoes, to which the Viscount noticed that she could not walk around barefoot. Now she was thinking about whether she should apologize first, because this was the same academic stress that she had heard about before. Shaking her head with displeasure, the Duke's granddaughter decided that this time she would definitely not be the first to give up. She also firmly decided that from this day until the end of her life, she would call Rogan the king of the grunt demons. After thinking it over, she loudly shouted with all her strength that Rogan Staus was the king of the grumbling demons. Having shouted, the girl noticed out loud how her soul felt very light and serene. Suddenly, she heard uncontrollable laughter coming from the top of the tree next to her. Hilda saw that there was a guy with blue hair sitting on a branch who was laughing uncontrollably at her words about the grunt demon king. From wild laughter, the stranger began to fall to the ground. And in order not to see this, the Duke's granddaughter closed her eyes. Realizing what had happened, she approached the guy lying on the ground, hoping that he had not died. The stranger continued to laugh uncontrollably and loudly repeat her words. At the same time, Rogan Staus's butler came to him and asked him what he was doing. The man apologized, saying that the door was open, to which the Viscount asked him if something had happened. The butler said that it may not matter, but a servant from the Raken family had arrived. He added that the servant, his face pale with horror, asked if their third young master had come to see them. The arrival said that on the way, he suddenly disappeared without saying a word, and no matter how much they looked for him, they could not find him anywhere. The guy became thoughtful and began to remember what he knew about the third young master of the Raken family. Ilya Rakan was known in social circles for his unpredictable behavior. He was the complete opposite of Rogan, who insisted on the right path. The only advantage of Raken's son was that he was excellent at fencing. But despite this, he was expelled from the Imperial Knights 6 months after joining, because with his character, it was difficult to be subordinate to anyone. The Viscount calmly stated that the guy was old enough that he would certainly be able to find his way home. The butler said that the problem was that he was heading to their estate. Thinking about what a joker could have forgotten in their duchy, he suddenly realized that the Duke himself had invited him. His guess was quickly confirmed, because immediately he heard Hilda screaming, running down the corridor towards him. The girl was almost on the verge of tears and screamed that some crazy person was chasing her. Rogan felt uneasy about the commotion, so he tried to make sense of her ramblings. The Duke's granddaughter hurriedly talked about how a strange guy had fallen from a tree in the garden, after which she said that apparently some madman had broken into their castle. The Viscount looked at the butler, indicating with his gaze that they had found a fugitive. Meanwhile, Hilda had already reached her savior, asking him to come up with something. The same stranger appeared at the door, who continued to laugh and say that she was a very fast lady. After catching his breath, he stated that she looked very much like a cute little but fast squirrel. The guy said that he heard the lady talking to herself in the garden, and in his opinion, she was as witty and smart as a cute squirrel. But the moment he tried to talk to her, she just ran away, so he followed for her. Hiding behind her teacher, the Duke's granddaughter, with fear in her voice, asked him not to come near her. The girl begged the Viscount to do at least something, because she believed that the guy was completely out of his mind. The stranger reported that he was completely normal, and added that his mind was clearer and calmer than ever. He triumphantly declared that when he heard her voice, he understood everything at that very second. Getting down on one knee, the handsome young man announced that his whole heart longed for a lady. Hearing his words, Viscount Rogan Staus began to pierce him with his cold gaze. Deciding to stop the farce, Rogan loudly shouted that this circus was enough. He tiredly put his hand to his face, took a deep breath, and thought that he now had to explain everything. After a short silence, the guy said that it would be very difficult if they both started making so much noise in the mansion. The Viscount ordered the butler to escort the Raken knight to the reception room, where he would soon arrive. Ilya asked if there was really a need to go to the reception room, since all the interested parties were gathered in the room. Seeing Rogan's cold gaze, he quickly changed his mind and asked the butler to take him to the reception area. When they left, Hilda, without looking into his eyes, asked if he would give him the opportunity to justify himself. As soon as she started talking about how a guy appeared out of nowhere, the Viscount picked her up over his shoulder and said that he was going to go and leave her behind the territory of the Duke's estate. The girl couldn't believe that he wanted to throw her out of the castle because she didn't think that she had angered him so much. Luckily, instead of throwing her off the estate, Rogan took her to Dorothy, who thoroughly washed her feet. After that, a new acquaintance came to her chambers, saying that it was time to formally introduce himself. He politely took her hand and kissed it gently in greeting, as was customary in high society. The guy said that he was the third son of Count Raycon, Ilya Raycon, and that it was an honor for him to meet her. Hilda reasoned that he turned out to be a normal person, after which she also introduced herself. Opposite them sat the Viscount, talking about how Lord Raycon is the man whom His Excellency the Duke hired for his granddaughter, so from now on he will help her and be responsible for her safety. The girl asked if he could be trusted, to which the knight replied that His Majesty the Emperor, who granted him the title of knight, could vouch for his abilities. Rogan added that Lord Raycon's fencing skills are so outstanding that he was knighted at age 8, so she can rely on him. Her teacher quietly added that at least this concerns fencing skills. The Viscount said that in any case, it was a great fortune for both of them that the Duke was not on the estate. He suggested that if he personally saw all the chaos going on, it would not bode well. The guy added that he ordered the servants to keep their mouths shut, but this incident will not be completely hidden, so it is better to prepare before the Duke reprimands. Elijah and Hilda both wondered what exactly preparation meant. Rogan said he was giving them until the end of the day to write a 5-page letter of remorse. He handed them the paper, but as soon as they looked at it, they both jumped out of their seats. Their hands were under each other on the table, but they did not notice it because they were shouting about why they should write an explanatory note. Viscount Stouse did not answer, but only looked at how their hands were intertwined on the table. Having gone to his office, Rogan tiredly sat down at the table, after which the butler came to him, saying that he had received a letter from the Viscountcy and a letter from the imperial family. He realized that the letter from the imperial family was probably talking about the night castle that Hilda had asked from the Duke. The guy remembered very well how she once steadfastly asked her grandfather for a night lock. The girl suggested that since ceremonies were no longer held in it, she could buy it at half price. As he put the letter away in his jacket, the Viscount wondered whether the imperial family had shown their generosity in accepting the bold proposal of a young lady who had just been added to the noble family's pedigree. The butler said that he re-spoke with the servants about the noise that had occurred during the day, because it seemed to him that it was bothering his master. Rogan sighed with relief and thanked him, after which the man laughed quietly. The butler noticed that Mr. Rogan, who had always been calm, began to get angry and show his emotions more often. Hearing this, the embarrassed Viscount said that in future he would be more careful with the manifestation of feelings. The man said that he did not talk about it in a negative way, but quite the opposite. He recalled that even as a child, Rogan was quiet and mature beyond his years. Sometimes the servants even worried whether he was trying too hard. The butler said that he was very pleased to see the current Viscount showing at least some emotion. There was an unexpected knock on the door, so the man hurried to leave the gentleman alone with his guest. At the door, he met the newly minted aristocrat Hilda, rushing as fast as she could. The girl embarrassedly handed her teacher 5 sheets of an explanatory note. Rogan sternly asked her if she had thought about her behavior, to which she replied that he would understand as soon as he read the note. The Duke's granddaughter was silent for some time, but it was clear from her that she was interested in a certain question. Unable to remain silent any longer, she asked what Ilya Raycon was like. The Viscount told her that many people regarded him as crazy, which greatly discouraged her interlocutor. Hilda couldn't believe that her grandfather put a psycho on her, because it was supposed to be a reward. They were a punishment. She asked tensely why such a person agreed to become her knight. The Duke's granddaughter added that she had heard that others had rejected the offer, not wanting to grasp the rotten rope. The girl explained that it seemed that no one wanted to become her knight, believing that they would not receive any benefit from it. Rogan listened to her carefully, and then asked if Knight Raycon had spoken about this. Looking at him carefully, she thought that her teacher looked more furious than she did. When the Viscount left them, the Duke's granddaughter began intensively writing an explanatory note. She thought that the boring teacher forced her to write so that she would repent of what she had done. Elijah, sitting opposite her, offered to give her some advice on writing explanatory notes. He stated that he had been writing them since he was 4 years old, after which he placed a ready-made example in front of her. She thought that this guy would not only fall out of the blue, but would also talk nonsense if I followed her. To her question about why he behaved this way with her, the knight smiled mysteriously. The girl explained that he was stalking her and saying strange things, but the guy believed that he was right. Elijah reported that her angry appearance was so cute that he wanted to tease her. The guy said that he did the right thing, that he decided to become a lady knight. Hilda decided to find out if he knew that her father was an ordinary commoner. She added that if he was bothering her because he didn't know about it, he should now understand everything. The knight said that it was an honor to work under the Duke, and there was no one who did not want to become friends with the Arpeggio family. But outside their duchy, there were countless knights who were seething with a desire to gain more power. Smiling sweetly, Ilya said that he, the third son of Count Raycon, had come to her. Hilda thought that everyone, having learned that she was only half an aristocrat, did not want to become her knights, considering her a rotten rope. The guy calmly explained to her what had come to the castle, knowing full well about her origin. She couldn't help but wonder why he decided to do it when others abandoned her. Now, in response to the Viscount's question about whether the knight really called her a rotten rope, the Duke's granddaughter said that although he did not say it directly, it was obvious that the knights were thinking about her. She asked why Ilya decided to become her knight, knowing that he would not receive any benefit. Rogan reported that Raycon County had a good financial position and stable ground under its feet, so their eldest daughter was married to the prince of the Asnam kingdom. The count also has 3 sons, and the eldest of them is an outstanding wizard, so there is no fight for the right of inheritance, and Elijah is the 3rd son of such a family. Hilda realized that this was his only opportunity to live with status and power without interference from his family. The Viscount thought that, judging by her expression, it was obvious what she was thinking about. The Duke's granddaughter sheepishly explained that, be that as it may, she could not help but doubt him. Looking away, she suggested that perhaps it was because she had many enemies. Rogan assured her that Ilya Rakan was skilled enough to become the youngest person to join the Imperial Knights. The teacher said that he was kicked out because he was a freedom-loving person who only pursued entertainment, so it was hard for him in the group, to which Hilda suggested that he decided to become her knight because it looked interesting. The guy thought about whether this would calm her down, but he believed that it was necessary to warn the knight against careless actions. The Duke's granddaughter believed that if things were as Rogan said about him, then Ilya was really a real psycho. But still, she was glad that at least he was not the kind of person who hatched evil plans, and if she could get used to his antics, then they would get along well together. The next day, the girl put on her fight costume and went to her first lesson. The fencing teacher asked why she decided to learn to wield a sword, to which she replied that she had to protect herself. She still remembered that it was not robbers who attacked her, but hired killers, but she could not tell anyone about it. The guy told her that he was worried that the lady did not trust his abilities, to which she replied that it was difficult for her to say anything, since she had never seen him in action. But she did not doubt his abilities. In fact, Hilda trusted the words of the Viscount, who believed that the knight had outstanding skills. The girl unconditionally and completely trusted her teacher in all matters. Ilya suggested that she begin the training by having her try to stab him with the intention of killing him, but since the dagger would be sheathed, he would not be able to die. The Duke's granddaughter decided that the guy wanted to say that she was not even worth fighting with her, and this hurt her pride. Having gathered her strength, she suddenly began to attack him, aiming straight for his neck. The guy deftly jumped away from her quick strike, so the dagger did not touch his body at all. Enraged, Hilda began a series of attacks, trying her best to at least hit her opponent. All her attacks never touched the agile Elijah, who had not yet even drawn his sword. Deciding that she needed to change tactics, the girl swung her sword and aimed at his legs. Realizing this, the 3rd son of the Raycon family quickly jumped away from her and landed on one knee. With a deft movement of his hand, the guy knocked the dagger out of her hands and began to twist it in his hand. He said that the enemy could take the weapon and put the lady in a dangerous situation. Elijah stated that he really liked the way she attacked without hesitation, and her physical strength was better than he expected. Hilda did not expect that they would begin to praise her so quickly, because Teacher Rogan had never done this before. The guy happily explained that she had exceeded his expectations, and he thought that in 2 months she would learn self-defense. He completely discouraged her, saying that she was a great fellow, But at that time, she was thinking that the handsome grunt demon king had never complimented her. But as it turned out, it was very pleasant. Taking her new teacher's hand, the Duke's granddaughter said she would try her best. For some reason, it seemed to her that they would get along very well with the third son of the Raken family. During a lesson with Rogan, the girl recalled how she was praised and said that Ilya actually turned out to be a very good person because he had outstanding abilities and good manners, to which her teacher replied that her relationship was changing before you even noticed blink. Hilda playfully asked if the Viscount was jealous of her, which took the guy by surprise. She added that the knight said that she had a good basic stance, so her skills would improve quickly. Rogan coldly noted that he didn't know he had the power of precognition. The Duke's granddaughter said that physical activity is more suitable for her than mental activity, after which she invited her interlocutor to take a look at fencing classes. She said that every day she sees how buried he is in documents and does not even play sports, so she would like to see how she and Ilya compete, to which the guy replied that she so affectionately calls him by name. But in order to avoid unnecessary conversations and gossip, it is better for her to address him as Rakon. Hilda asked why there should be gossip, since she also calls the teacher by name. Rogan said that everyone knows that he is loyal to the Arpeggio family, so this was a completely different matter. The girl became enraged and screamed that the covenant was not named after him because she considered him her subordinate. The guy indifferently noted that he was just asking her not to cross the line, because the knight already had no breaks or restrictions. Stretching happily, the puppy asked if they would study, and if they continued to quarrel further, he would go to take a nap. Hilda answered in the affirmative and said that she had been ready for a lesson with him for a long time. The wolf said that he would teach her the interpretation of runes, and when she asked where she could use this skill, he explained that he could create new magic by changing existing spells. Half-Beast added that she would be able to destroy the enemy's magic by rewriting it, but above all, she would learn to understand new magic faster. Repeating what had been said, she said that she had a rough idea of what she was talking about. Immediately, the puppy asked her to write down a sentence that could replace the one he had just erased. After thinking for a while, the Duke's granddaughter forwarded a few runes and presented her answer. The wolf said that she gave a very interesting answer, but he suggested another option. He added that although this is not a frequently used phrase, many people really liked the lines written by the hostess. The half-beast enthusiastically said that this was not a memorized answer, but one that she came up with on her own. To such praise, the girl declared that she could do it too, if she wanted. The Viscount informed her that she should not be arrogant just because she has strong magical abilities. He said that she cannot be satisfied with achievements of this level, so she must always evaluate herself humbly. After listening to him, Hilda again began to boil over from his grumbling, but asked if that was all he would say. She thought that he was always just rubbing shoulders with her, instead of praising or sympathizing with her. The Duke's granddaughter thought it was natural for a perfectionist like Rogan to not be happy with it and want more, but she secretly thought they were getting a little closer. The guy dejectedly stated that he did not understand at all why she was capricious like a child. The girl went for a walk again to bring herself back to her senses a little. Looking around and realizing that no one was around, she screamed loudly that he would rather die than praise her once. Having shouted, Hilda again felt her soul become lighter. But this time, she heard the ringing laugh of Elijah, who had been standing behind the tree all this time. He reminded her that since he was her knight, he must always be by her side for her safety. She asked if it was possible that when she was studying in the morning, he was also somewhere nearby. The guy happily explained to her that he was in the next room, because when Lord Staus is nearby, he does not provide close accompaniment. When he asked whether he should be around when she was next to the Viscount, the girl shook her head negatively. The knight sat down on the ground and spread a handkerchief next to him, inviting her to sit next to him, saying that he assumed that the fool and the grunt demon king were the same person. The Duke's granddaughter was greatly embarrassed by his pressure and said in a trembling voice that it was a secret. Elijah reported that Lord Staus is truly a ruthless man, so cold-blooded that you will not see a drop of blood, even if he is pricked with a needle. The guy noticed that, because of him, the lady was getting too much study stress. Hilda sadly explained that she did not hate her teacher, to which the knight stated that he could understand that. The girl bowed her head and quietly said that she didn't want to intersect with him today, to which Ilya said that she didn't have to do this if she didn't want to. She added that, unfortunately, she had to have a dance lesson later, where she would have to listen to her teacher complain about her terrible sense of rhythm. The knight blithely suggested that she simply skip classes, and the duke's granddaughter did not at all expect to hear such words from the lips of an aristocrat. Rising from the ground, Elijah invited her to take a walk, justifying this by the fact that Lord Stouse was not her boss. The duke's granddaughter confirmed his words, but was clearly not happy with such a proposal. The guy explained that such a protest was just a cute prank, because her teacher needed the opportunity to realize how unreasonable his teaching method was. She suggested that even if she tried to skip, I would be caught quickly, but the knight said that they could go outside the estate where her teacher would not find her. Deciding that she could leave the castle at any time, the girl asked if the knight would accompany her. Ilya smiled sweetly at her and said that he would kindly accompany her, because after all, he was her knight. While they were talking, he took a sparrow from a branch, but after their conversation, he let the bird fly freely. The guy extended his hand to his lady and invited her to escape from the castle with him. Hilda succumbed to his charm, took his hand, and completely trusted the chartering teacher. Elijah pulled her along, saying that they would only go where she wanted. At the same time, in the castle, the Viscount asked Dorothy whether his ward had really gone for a walk at such a time. He asked why she didn't notify him, and if she really left all alone. The maid said that her mistress begged her never to tell anyone about this, but she left about an hour ago with Sir Raken. Rogan thought that since she was accompanied by a knight, there should be no security problems, but then he realized that this should not have reassured him. Dorothy could not answer his questions at all, so he thought that the Duke's granddaughter had run away so that he would pay attention to her. Deciding that all this was useless, he ordered the maid to notify him when her mistress returned. Until now, he had lived by strictly following a plan and working out future actions in detail, but he never thought that there would be a person who was so unpredictable. His thoughts were interrupted by the Duke's wife, who suddenly appeared in the corridor. Tarina reported that he looked very tired and told him that working a lot was good, but he also needed to rest. The guy thanked her modestly, to which she noticed that Lady Hilda had gone for a walk and asked why he did not go with her. The Viscount said that today she was accompanied by a knight, to which the Duke's wife clarified whether he really meant the knight whom his grace had brought. She slyly added that the Duke's granddaughter personally asked her grandfather about this. The woman asked which member of the Raken family responded to his request, suggesting that it was the youngest son. Rogan said that the third son, Ilya Rakan, had arrived, to which Tharina suggested that Lord Stouse was not having an easy time. The Viscount explained that no matter what kind of person he was, his main task was to ensure that no dangerous incidents occurred in the future, such as a bandit raid or attempted murder. There was an awkward silence in the corridor, because the Duke's wife immediately realized that he suspected her. She said that recently he was very worried because of the attack of robbers that happened to his ward. The woman said that he was worried about the attempt on the life of a man who did not even pose a threat to anyone, but it seemed to her that the knight was a suitable match for the granddaughter of the Duke. The guy asked in surprise what she meant by the word suitable. Tharina explained that they were both freedom-loving, not subject to the general rules and manners of high society, and it was possible that Hilda just needed someone like Ilya Rakan. The woman finished her thought by saying that the Viscount was not at all a suitable match for a newly made aristocrat. He knew that the Raken family was high enough to marry one of their sons to Arpeggio, and Ilya, their third son, was a man who could easily marry Hilda, who had the blood of a commoner. The guy assumed that if this really happened, then she would become an heiress, not to mention that she would be able to achieve the comfortable and noble life she dreamed of. But for some reason, the Viscount felt upset. Sitting in his office, he could not concentrate on the book lying right in front of him. The Viscount constantly replayed in his head the words of his student that he was a complete failure as a teacher. With annoyance, the guy realized that all the reasons for which he was nervous were somehow connected with Hilda. He was straightening his hair when he suddenly heard the puppy's voice saying that life was not easy for him. When asked by Rogan how long he had been in his office, the wolf replied that it was not long, but since his mistress had left the mansion, he needed someone with whom he could talk. Lounging on the sofa, the puppy asked if he really didn't know, or was pretending to be a fool. The wolf explained that if he had simply allowed himself to give a compliment, she would have been pleased. The guy didn't think about it at all, so he asked how his compliments would help her, because praise makes people lazy and complacent. Scratching himself behind the ear, the puppy said that he didn't say that he should praise her for no apparent reason, but he could just tell her that she did well if she did a good job. The wolf asked him if the guy really didn't notice that he worked so hard on himself in order to receive more praise. And in general, there are no people who don't like to receive pleasant words addressed to them. Half-Beast said he feels like he's talking to a wall, because it's so boring when he asks questions, and Rogan can't answer them. The puppy added that it seemed to him that even if he ate it, he would not feel the taste. The Viscount finally realized that he was wrong and arrogant in thinking that he was the one she needed most to learn about the noble life, which led to him simply suppressing Hilda. At the same time, in the city, a girl was talking about how they would first earn some money. The knight asked in surprise whether the Arpeggio family was experiencing any financial difficulties. The duke's granddaughter said that she was just in a hurry and forgot to take her wallet with her, but she really wanted to buy something in the city. Ilya offered her his money, but she said that it was not hers, and free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. She said that she had already gone through something like this when someone gave it to her, saying that it was a gift, and then accused her, saying that she stole it when she married me. The knight asked how his lady Hilda was going to earn money. Without thinking, the girl immediately pointed towards the gambling table, on which several suspicious individuals were moving glasses. Watching them, the guy couldn't believe that they were about to play a game of chance. He tried to stop her, saying that this was pure fraud, but she noticed that he was apparently already familiar with the game. Ilya laughed quietly in embarrassment, which confirmed her assumption. Turning to him, the girl told him not to worry, because she would double the amount he had in his hands. The knight chased after her, saying that she had just said that she would not use other people's money, but she was unstoppable. At this time, a sharper noticed them, thinking that another rich dupe had arrived. No one in this market knew what his trick was, but he invited everyone to try it anyway. After the duke's granddaughter won a bunch of coins, she said that it was extremely fun, and then said goodbye to them. Ilya was enthusiastically interested in how she was able to know that the cube would be exactly under a certain glass. She poured out a handful of coins and returned them to him, saying that this was his share. The girl began to explain that there were a lot of people around the gambling table, so there was a lot of noise. Watching the people, the sharper convinced people to bet all their money on one of the options. He ended up putting the dice into the bowl that no one had bid on. For this reason, Hilda waited until the very end and only then made her bet. And since she bet 100, she won an amount 3 times the bet. She added that it didn't matter where the dice were at the beginning, because eventually the guy would just move it with a deft movement of his hands. The girl said that a person will never be able to deceive anyone if he does not know how. The knight said that this was even more curious for him, after which he asked how she knew so much about such tricks. The duke's granddaughter explained that before she became Arpeggio, she worked in a diner where there were a type of good people who visited her as guests. But among them, there was one scammer who, over a mug of foam, told how he made money on such things. She pointed her hand at a greasy eatery and said that she worked in about the same one, after which she entered there. Having ordered food and drinks for herself, Hilda happily said that she had not drunk non-alcoholic wine for a long time, to which he asked what non-alcoholic meant. The duke's granddaughter invited him to try her drink, since he was interested. Having taken a sip, he wrinkled his face, which greatly amused his companion, to which she said that it was much better than real wine. While they were pleasantly discussing drinks, those around them looked at the strangers with disbelief. The atmosphere was not friendly at all, because if someone is dressed like them, it makes sense to be a little wary. Hilda asked if he wanted her to show him something more interesting. Wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin, the knight asked what could be even more interesting. She turned to the man sitting next to her, asking him if he had heard any rumors lately. The man turned around and said that they were currently in peace, so there was no place for rumors to come from, after which he asked where she was from, because her demeanor was different from the locals. The girl said that they came from Eastern Hebron, to which people reported that this is where the haunted mansion was located. The man told her that taxes had doubled this year, not to mention that the land in that region was barren, so the harvest was meager. She worriedly reported that everyone was simply struggling to survive in this country. He threw a couple of coins on the table, thanked them for the food, and good-naturedly asked them to enjoy their meal. The knight was surprised that a stranger talked to her so calmly, after which he asked what kind of magic this was. Hilda was sincerely perplexed, as to what her interlocutor was talking about and what magic had to do with it. He explained that she became so close and talked to the average person so quickly, even though they were initially very wary. The Duke's granddaughter said that for travelers who often visit such establishments, the phrase she said was something like a common greeting, so in this way they were able to get information while they were talking and drinking. The girl in front of him guarded him, saying that about half of the information that could be obtained in such places was not true, so he had to analyze it on his own. The knight noticed that the information regarding the Night Mansion was most likely true. Hilda asked if his grace had really doubled taxes in that region so cruelly. The guy suggested that perhaps these were the actions of the local territorial governor, to which she asked if the Duke really wasn't interfering in this. Ilya said that this is a certain territory in which the Duke's authority is quite precarious. So even if it is part of the duchy, the land will still not remain his. And both sides do not want to destroy the precarious balance. The girl asked in surprise whether they were simply washing their hands, to which her interlocutor replied that everything was happening exactly like that, because the land could not be called a profitable zone. The Duke's granddaughter couldn't believe that they were using this as a reason to argue, but she knew that people still lived on those lands. In response to his question about whether she felt better, Hilda first thought about it, and then remembered what caused the indignation. She had a fight with Rogan and hastily ran away from the castle, but was still very angry with him. Therefore, the girl screamed that she could not understand her teacher, who did nothing but grumble and grumble. To her question about how a person can be perfect in everything, the knight mockingly stated that Lord Staus could. Hilda was indignant and asked if he was really on his side now, to which the guy replied that he would always be on the mistress's side, because she couldn't even imagine how much fun he had with her. He added that he felt that if he was around her, who would never get bored, after which he asked if they would make a great couple. Elijah enthusiastically asked her if she didn't think that he would be a better fit instead of that weakling grunt demon king. The Duke's granddaughter smiled sweetly, and after her interlocutor's words, she burst out laughing. She said that since he was with her and understood her, in this respect, he was much better than the Viscount. Hilda was worried about why Rogan was so unhappy with her, to which the knight replied that she should not worry, because he did not hate her. He stated that he once saw Staus's face change when he began to despise someone, because in order to survive, he needed to make enormous efforts. So Elijah suggested that she try to understand him a little. The Duke's granddaughter was stunned by the news that her teacher had to survive. The guy suddenly realized that he had said something he shouldn't have, and then asked her to forget about it. The worried knight said that this is Staus's personal life, so he has no right to blab about it. The butler met them at the castle, asking if he should order the chef to prepare dinner for my lady, to which she replied that she had already eaten. She asked him where Lord Staus was right now, to which the man said that he was in the east room. Hilda turned to the knight and happily said that she would visit him later, so the guy could go inside and rest. She then added that she was grateful to him for having such a fun day with her. Elijah gently touched her hand, pulled her palm towards him, kissed it, and told her that it was an honor for him. He looked at her warmly, telling her that it was his duty as a knight to protect his lady. Hilda headed to her teacher, thinking that she shouldn't have come so late. But the guy seemed to be waiting for her to knock on his door, so he opened it with lightning speed. Approaching the Duke's granddaughter, he said in a worried voice that she was very late. Looking into his eyes, the girl could not decide whether he was reproaching her or worried. Rogan invited her into the room and hospitably handed a mug of tea to his guest. Looking inside the mug, she noticed that it was filled with ordinary water, and therefore thought that her teacher was still angry. The Viscount quietly told her that if she drank a cup of tea at such a late hour, then it would be difficult for her to sleep. Drinking ordinary water, Hilda thought that she felt as if she was walking on the blade of a knife. After some time, he impatiently asked her why she ran away from home. The Duke's granddaughter said that she had informed her maid that she was going for a walk, to which he replied that she had not informed him. She angrily asked if the Viscount really needed an account of every action she had taken, and then stated that it was the absolute truth, that thanks to him, she had learned many different things, but she did not belong to him. Hearing her words, Rogan said in a trembling voice that he would never dare to even think that the lady from the Arpeggio family could belong to him. Hilda got angry and explained that even if he said it wasn't true, that's how she felt. She was determined to discuss the problem once and for all. The guy asked her what problems they were talking about, to which she replied that she meant compliments. The girl proudly stated that she did not know about other people, but she personally believed that it was necessary to encourage them to praise them for their successes. She didn't let him say a word, saying that she wasn't a genius like him, and it was obvious that in his eyes she lacked a lot, because she was far from ideal. Without stopping, the Duke's granddaughter stated that she really continues to work on herself with all her might. He tried to say something in response to her, but she did not hear him at all. Hilda said that for him, a person who will do everything at the highest level, no matter what he undertakes, someone like her is most likely not trustworthy. But she dreamed so much that she would become ideal, who could do anything. The girl wearily stated that she was asking for little, because she did not tell him to invent new phrases to use as compliments. Realizing that this was his chance, Rogan took her hand and quietly told her that he was wrong. The guy added that he didn't praise her, not because she had any shortcomings. Looking straight into her eyes, he talked about how he was the only one in the castle who actually had them, to which she assumed that he was drunk. The Viscount explained that he was also not a genius at all, which is why he never thought of himself as an ideal person. Smiling awkwardly, he said that someone like him could never become the main character of the book. Hilda was upset that he was being so open with her, so she screamed about him being weird. Rogan explained that he was not a perfect person, so he always punished himself very severely, and for the same reason, he thought that it would be just great if all other people did what he did. Looking at her carefully, he gently told her that she was doing an excellent job with her studies. He added that it could not be that he, who was closest to her, did not know this. To her question about whether he really thinks so, the guy answered in the affirmative. The Viscount assured her that he had always thought so. He was simply foolishly afraid that she would settle for mediocrity and lose the desire to improve, so he could not properly express himself in front of her. The guy sternly stated that from now on, he would better express his feelings, after which he told her that she was doing an excellent job with such a difficult task. He got down on one knee in front of her and asked her to never disappear again without telling him. Rogan explained that this was definitely not because he considered her his property, but only because he was truly concerned about her safety. She revealed that she was with the knight, so there was no need to worry, to which he replied that the fact that the two of them just suddenly disappeared only increased his worry. Hilda looked carefully at her interlocutor and asked him why he was so worried. Because Elijah was accepted to ensure her safety. For some time, an awkward silence hung in the room. The Viscount could not gather his thoughts. After overcoming his fear, he stated that he was worried because she was getting closer to Sir Raycon, so she was relying on him more and more. The Viscount looked at her lovingly and said that he was worried that her heart would be stolen by him. The Duke's granddaughter playfully remarked that it all sounded like he was jealous of her knight. The guy looked at her in bewilderment and asked if he really wasn't allowed to be jealous of her. The next day, she watched Fiore getting ready for some trip. The girl came up to him and asked him if he was really leaving for his mansion. The man said that now that his son lives in the academy dormitory, there is no point in him staying in the castle. Hilda smiled sweetly and thought that every time the eldest son of the Duke sees a bald spot on his head, that is, he lets out a sigh that drives everyone crazy. She noticed that an entire carriage had been allocated for the dress, to which the Duke asked if she knew how many meetings would need to be held during the trip. The Duke's granddaughter replied that it didn't matter to her how many, because she didn't want one. Fiore explained to her that there would be more than 100 of them, and she would be required to wear a new dress for every single event. She asked in fear whether there really must be a new dress for every reception. The man put on his hat and angrily declared that she was too stupid for not understanding such things. He explained that if a person from the Arpeggio family wore the same dress more than once on a day, it would lead to uncontrollable rumors and questions about the Duke's welfare. Then Hilda asked, since they had such wealth, should they pay attention to false gossip? To which he replied that water wears away stones, and in the end, even ordinary tales are not capable of razing an entire castle to the ground. The Duke's granddaughter thought that no matter what, she thought that her bald uncle would sulk and mope, but in fact he suggested how it would be better. Fiore said that the tea meeting he had promised to hold for her would take place towards the end of the social season. The girl remembered their recent conversation and said that she was just about to talk about it. The man explained to her that at that moment everyone had gathered in the capital, so no one would attend the tea party arranged for her. Her uncle had talked about how he was looking forward to seeing how she would handle this on her own, without Staus. As she thought, Fiore believes that she intimidated Timo and extracted a confession due to the fact that it was all planned by Rogan, but since they used sound magic, it made sense. In any case, even if she was the one who put the plan into action, she actually received help from Rogan the puppy. There was no need for the girl to go out of her way to correct his misunderstanding, because for now she was targeting the position of successor, so it was to her advantage to make sure that her uncle was not afraid of her. The coachman announced that everything was ready for the trip, but before that, the Duke's eldest son told her that he had heard that she had gone to the city with a knight. Hilda explained that I wanted to unwind a little and take a break from the hustle and bustle of school. The man quietly advised her to better watch her behavior because her mother had fallen in love with a simple gardener, so he was worried about her behavior. The girl was indignant, saying that he was her personal knight, to which he stated that this was all because of the rumors that had reached him. Watching him leave, the Duke's granddaughter thought about what he had heard, so that he dared to insult her like that. At the same time, Rogan and Ilya were having a conversation in which the knight assured his interlocutor that he was in no way jealous of his relationship with Hilda. He happily added that he had simply become a little closer to her thanks to this walk. The Viscount thought that his opponent was so noisy that it drove him crazy. The knight said that he believed that elegance was the confidence that one could be a little reckless. He declared that he completely understood his mistress and could confidently say that they understood each other perfectly. Approaching the Viscount as close as possible, the guy continued to say that when she experiences suffering and resentment because of her teacher, he becomes very sad. The knight caught the evil movement of the hand and realized that he had achieved his goal, and therefore said that, if you look at it from the other side, then his relationship with her is much closer than hers with her. Tired of all this, Rogan calmly explained to him that it would be better for him to keep his distance from her. Elijah dejectedly stated that he was saying something very sad, because one of them would still be with her. He then leaned over the table and asked if her teacher was jealous that he and she were so close. The Viscount looked at his interlocutor with puzzlement, not knowing what to answer in such a situation. After thinking a little, the guy said that he was just worried about his ward, and if they were connected by friendship, then that was great. But he warned that if a bad rumor spreads, Lady Hilda would immediately suffer. Ilya looked at the Viscount ambiguously. I don't understand how this could offend his mistress. The guy asked how two lonely people who have good friendships could give rise to bad rumors. Rogan gave him a stern look and stated that there was no proof that the knight would ultimately marry the Duke's granddaughter. He added that Hilda was the daughter of a commoner, and the Raken family would not want such rumors to spread. The knight thought that he could not understand whether his interlocutor was trying to hide his feelings about the fact that he did not want Hilda's heart to be stolen from him, or whether the otherwise smart Staus was actually an idiot when it comes to such things. Elijah asked with interest how he could know whether he would marry the Duke's granddaughter or not. He reported that she was the most wonderful and delightful girl, but since she was adopted into the Arpeggio family, the issue of her peasant blood was not at all an issue, and moreover, he was only the third son and was not interested in continuing the family line. The knight said that if you could marry a woman from the Arpeggio family, Thoros would gladly give him permission, regardless of her origin. The Viscount could no longer restrain himself and declared that he would not dare provoke Hilda with such a pretense. Elijah noticed that the polite Lord Staus was now saying rather rude things and had the courage to call other people's sincere words a pretense. Observing the worried expression on the Viscount's face, the knight stated that he understood his feelings of concern. He asked that if his feelings were truly sincere, could Rogan promise not to interfere in his relationship with her? The teacher understood that this was such an obvious provocation, but the guy continued to demand an answer to his question. He thought that perhaps his interlocutor was right, and he was simply afraid that his usefulness would someday disappear. The Viscount recalled the previous day, when, after his words, Hilda rushed into his arms. Now he was wondering if there was some other meaning in her embrace that was inaccessible to him, because the Viscount did not think enough about himself, who was unable to answer. About 10 days have passed since Fiore left the castle, and after that there were no major incidents. One day, the Duke's granddaughter passed by the chambers in which Thurene was talking about how once Hilda was ready as a society lady, they would have to introduce her to the other nobles. Having overheard the conversation, the girl realized that the Duke's wife was still wary of her. The girl understood that Tarina was trying to convince his lordship that she was not ready yet. She firmly decided that at the moment, she was very different from herself in the past. In order to present herself as befitting a noble lady, she learned various manners and skills. She also often honed her dance for the tea meeting that she was having in the near future. The enormous amount of academic work she had to do in class was difficult, but the only reason she was able to bear it all was because of her teacher's smile. From that day on, the Viscount very often told her that she was beautiful because she was constantly improving. Hilda was very happy to hear Rogan's attempts to give her at least some kind of compliment. After class, the girl suggested we enjoy some tea outside because the weather was beautiful, but the guy said that he had work. Hearing that their cook had prepared the famous sweet, the puppy quickly ran and said that he would never give up on them. The Duke's granddaughter quickly grabbed the Viscount by the sleeve and said that they needed to hurry. A knight suddenly appeared from behind the door, asking if he could join the company. Hilda was very frightened and loudly asked him where he had come from so unexpectedly. Elijah happily stated that he was afraid that only the two of them would leave, so he hurried. Rogan looked at him with displeasure, realizing that he would constantly disturb their pastime. Sitting at a table in the courtyard, the knight asked to forgive him for having previously frightened Milady. He added that since classes did not end, no matter how long he waited for her, he was thinking about kidnapping her. Smiling mockingly, the girl asked who could stop him in his antics. The guy noticed that during classes the dog barked quite often, but during meals it was quite calm. In response to his words that the puppy looked like a wolf, the half-beast began to wag its tail uncontrollably, indicating that finally a person had properly recognized him. Hilda understood that due to the magic of sound, to Eli it would only sound like a dog barking. Having looked at her carefully, the knight asked where the hyperactive tomboy had gone from the lady, because she really looked like an elegant young noble lady. The girl smiled sweetly and explained that she worked very hard after the trip. She added that there are still many areas where she is lacking, and her poetry is still a bit clumsy, and she also has an instrument to master. The knight tried to say that nothing bad would happen if she didn't learn something like that. The Viscount interrupted his words and declared that she simply must learn, starting today, and since her learning speed is incredible, she will learn to play the instrument before winter comes. Hilda watched happily as one of the guys talked about relaxation and rest, and the other suggested a hell of a schedule. Putting down a mug of tea, she said that during class she managed to receive a compliment, and in the eyes of the knight, she looked like a noble lady, so she felt a little better, and now she would work on achieving her true goal. Elijah wondered if her goal was not to lead the luxurious life of a noble lady. Elegantly taking her mug, Hilda announced to him that she was going to become the heir to the Duke. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked if he understood correctly that she wanted to be the head of the duchy. The Duke's granddaughter carefully studied his reaction and was a little taken aback by his impudence. Looking at him sternly, she declared that she was a potential heir. Elijah said that he did not intend to belittle her abilities, but it seemed impossible to him that His Grace, skipping several generations, would appoint her as heir. The Viscount calmly explained that Hilda was the first person his lordship had directly named as heir. He reported that it was customary for noble families to grant the eldest son the position of heir upon reaching adulthood. But for some reason, the Duke did not appoint Fiore to this position, despite the fact that his lordship was already quite old himself. To his question about whether Staus really also sees Hilda as an heiress, the Viscount replied that he just clarified the situation for him. The Duke's granddaughter said that for this reason, she thinks that her grandfather has some criteria that he looks for in a person when choosing an heir. The girl suggested that a close person of the Duke should know about these criteria. Looking mysteriously at her teacher, she asked if he knew what he was talking about. The guy calmly explained to her that he didn't understand why she decided that way and didn't know about it at all. Hilda said that from what she had seen so far, she was sure that his lordship would have discussed the subject of succession with him. Rogan said that she overestimated him because he was just a vassal, to which the knight confirmed his words and added that no matter how his lordship treated Staus, such questions were not on his level. He suggested that he might rather discuss such things with his father. To her question about whether we were talking about Count Rekhan, the guy explained that the old people were quite close. Ilya reported that the two often visited the mansion in Aer together for summer vacations, and he overheard them discussing whether to bring her to the ducal castle. The knight happily suggested that since this was discussed, he would invite her to Reikan County. He assured her that he would meet his father in person and ask him about the specifics of becoming the head. Hilda said in confusion that she did not even know the count, after which she asked whether an unplanned visit would be unnecessarily rude. Elijah mockingly said that she knew him, which means she was a welcome guest in their home. The Duke's granddaughter thoughtfully wondered if everything would really be all right. The knight tried to assure her that his father would welcome her with open arms. She looked carefully at her teacher and asked him what he thought about this. The Viscount said that he had an idea to return to his family's house for a couple of days because he had some personal matters, so he offered to go together as soon as he returned. Elijah asked with annoyance whether it was really necessary for them to try so hard when he was clearly busy. The guy added that if he travels with the Duke's granddaughter as her knight, then he won't have to worry. The Duke's granddaughter secretly wanted the Viscount to go with them to Reikan County, but due to the fact that he trains her full-time, he does not have time to complete his main tasks. Therefore, Hilda decided that she would go with the knight, because he also needed some time to rest. She added that when she went to visit the Count, he would have to return to his house and finish his work, and then take some time to rest. Ilya was extremely pleased with this arrangement, and the Viscount gloomily agreed with her words. Preparations for visiting the county were completed very quickly. The Duke informed her that she should be very careful and not get into any trouble. She also decided to leave the puppy in the palace so that he could continue to monitor the situation around him. Although gossip among the servants could be considered trivial, there was Therina, who always had to be treated with caution, because no one knew what schemes she could pull off. Instead, she decided to take her personal maid Dorothy with her to the county, who said that she would do everything that depended on her so that she could feel comfortable. Finally, the Duke's granddaughter went to see her teacher, who reminded her of the gift that His Grace had ordered to give to Count Reikan. He also asked if she remembered the words that needed to be said to tame the gift, to which she answered in the affirmative. The Viscount advised that she must take care of her appearance, keep it in order, and prepare before leaving when the carriage arrives. Hilda sighed heavily and wondered if all he wanted at such a moment was to grumble. After his instructions, Rogan began talking about how he couldn't stop worrying and asked her to move up her schedule a little so they could travel together after he returned. The girl tried to bring him to his senses, noticing that his gaze was empty. She grabbed his face sharply, screaming for him to stop worrying unnecessarily, because she had learned more than enough noble etiquette. She also added that she is already a real adult, so she is able to at least take care of her own body. Removing her hand from his face, the Viscount explained that she would not understand what he was worried about. Hilda asked him to tell her directly what was making him so worried. As soon as he began to speak, a knight suddenly entered the room and said that all the luggage had been placed in the carriage, so they must leave. The girl fearfully said that she would come out to him very soon, and they could go. Elijah looked at them carefully, turned to leave, and arrogantly announced that he would be waiting outside. She reminded her interlocutor that he was going to say something to her in parting. The Viscount interrupted her, took her hand, and said that all this was not important at the moment. He said that he believed that the conviction that she had made the right decision would not disappear. The girl did not understand why he suddenly started talking about her beliefs, but her thoughts were interrupted by a short kiss on her hand. Rogan looked at her with loving eyes and wished her to get to her destination well. Immediately after this, the Duke's granddaughter headed into the carriage, and they set off for Reikan County. The knight asked in surprise what kind of book she took with her, and which she was always reading. Hilda explained that it was a textbook on magic, and the Viscount had given her a lot of homework. Ilya stated that her teacher was very stubborn, after which he asked what category of magic she belonged to which she replied that her poetry and fire. The guy said that his sister had the same element, and one day she summoned an incredibly red jade flame, to which the girl thought that even if they belong to the same element, they can have different colors of their magic. After a while, she politely inquired about what category he belonged to. The knight told her that, although he had magical power, it was too small for him to use. He added that it was for this reason that he trained as a swordsman since childhood. Soon the carriage arrived. The guy got out of it, shook hands with his companion, and announced that they had arrived at the mansion of the Reikan family. Once at the mansion, they were immediately greeted by a huge retinue of servants, who greeted them joyfully. The butler reported that they had already prepared quarters for the arrivals on the second floor of the south wing. After some time, the knight's parents began to come down to them, rejoicing that he had finally arrived. His mother good-naturedly said that she was very glad that he did not come home alone. Elijah, as soon as he saw his parents, began joyfully telling them that he was home. Hilda, as befits an aristocrat, said that she was honored to meet them, and then introduced herself. Their parents invited them to go to the living room, since they had come a long way. The woman said that since they had not yet had dinner, they thought it would be wise to prepare warm tea and some snacks, to which the girl responded with words of gratitude for their accepting such an unexpected request from her for a visit. The knight's mother reasoned that this was not unexpected, because they really wanted to see her, but on the other hand, they were worried about the uncomfortable situation their son had put her in. The man explained that they were worried that their disobedient son would offend his grace while in the dukedom. As she sat at the table, Hilda thought that they seemed like a family, with an irresistible affection for each other, which was so different from the dukedom. The duke's granddaughter said that, contrary to their fears, she was receiving good help from Sir Raken, and his lordship also valued his skills very highly. The girl smiled sweetly and said that it was for this reason that her grandfather entrusted her to him. The knight's father thanked her for such flattering words about their third son Ilya. She added that if he thinks that her words are just empty flattery, then it will upset her very much. Hilda announced that Duke Arpeggio had sent them a gift to express his gratitude and further strengthen their relationship, to which the father replied that she would tell his grace that this was a very valuable gift, and he would soon pay a visit to the ducal castle to personally thank you. The duke's granddaughter said that when his lordship learns that the count joyfully accepted the gift, he will be very happy. The knight's parents were positively beaming with happiness that such a beautiful lady was sent to them. After some time, Elijah clarified how it happened that he was accompanying a beautiful young lady, and his brothers were not in the mansion. He continued to say that the two older brothers were in Count Ergo's rest house, but should return to him the day after tomorrow. Then the guy moved closer to the girl and whispered in her ear that the second son of the count and his brothers were good friends. The knight stated that he would like to introduce the lady to his brothers, so they must stay in the castle for at least 4 days. Hearing this, the duke's granddaughter said with horror that she could not place such a burden on them. Countess Rakana said that the girl should not think that she would be a burden to them, to which Hilda said that if she bothered them for too long, it would make her heart skip a beat. The woman assured her that after her daughter left the mansion, she often felt a little lonely, so she offered to stay as long as she could to keep her company. The guy quickly picked up his mother's words, after which the countess stated that while she was here, she could make herself as comfortable as possible, as if this were her own home. Hilda was perplexed, because she always thought that all nobles bowed down to those of higher rank, and that they acted overbearingly, treating others as they saw fit. But she saw that the Raken family looked very compassionate and good. Unlike the Arpeggio family, the duke's granddaughter thought that if the Viscount also came and received such warm hospitality, it would be wonderful. She said out loud her gratitude that they were happy to invite such an immature girl to their mansion, after which she said that if she showed any part of her character that would behave badly while here, she would be very grateful if they will consider it a sweet mistake. The next morning, Hilda woke up with the thought that she had not been allowed to sleep for a very long time. The first thing she did was open the window so that fresh air could come inside, and she thought that this was exactly the noble life she had always dreamed of. In the ducal mansion, her whole day, starting from dawn, was scheduled minute by minute. The girl understood that such a relaxed life in the count's mansion was not so bad. Suddenly, Dorothy entered the room, asking her mistress if she had slept well. Hilda told her that this was the first time in a while that she had been able to get enough sleep, so she felt rested and refreshed, after which the maid informed her that since she had been provided with fluffy and clean blankets, she too was comfortable. Seeing how respectfully even her maid was treated, the duke's granddaughter was amazed at how polite the count's employees were. Dorothy asked her what she thought about walking towards the West Lake, which was very large and beautiful. The maid added that this was an ideal distance for a walk, so the countess could often be seen at the lake on fine days, to which the girl replied that they would certainly do so. At the exit from the room, a knight was waiting for her, asking her if everything was fine, to which she replied that it was a very comfortable night. He said that he ordered her to prepare breakfast, and serve it in the room with the best view. He was waiting for her to have breakfast together, but she slept for a very long time, so whales began to sing in his stomach. To her objection that he should have woken her up, the knight replied that the longer the wait, the higher the expectations. So he decided that waiting was not such a big problem. Laughing, Hilda suggested that they hurry up and enjoy breakfast, thinking that her teacher should learn some nice language from him. Heading to the refectory, the guy said that his father had some business, so he left at dawn, saying that he would listen to her story as soon as he returned in the afternoon. The girl suddenly stopped, to which the knight asked if something had happened. She explained that she did not know that he could request an audience in advance, and then thanked him for his help. Elijah said that this was a matter of course, and added that he would accompany her even in his own home. Looking at her tenderly, he told her that he prayed that she would achieve her goals. Before the audience, Elijah's words were running through her head that his father really liked her, so she shouldn't worry, because even if she doesn't get the answer she wanted, you shouldn't be disappointed. She understood perfectly well that even if the Count met her without any prejudices, he was still an aristocrat. Therefore, if she asked him the reason why the Duke had not yet decided on his heir, it was essentially the same as saying that she, whose blood was mixed with the blood of the peasants, was applying for the position of successor. Hilda remembered her teacher's words that she should not compare herself with others, but that she should become the most educated, graceful, and broad-minded than anyone else. At first, the Viscount's words upset her, but now, thanks to his words, she could behave as a noble lady should. The Duke's granddaughter gathered her courage to take another step forward towards her goal. The knight's father greeted her friendly and told her that if something caused inconvenience, she should say so. The Duke's granddaughter said that she really spends her time comfortably because everyone shows her tender care. The man asked her why she came, because for some reason the eternal talkative son did not bother to say about it. The Count said that he had no idea why she wanted to meet with him to talk. Hilda began to talk about what she had heard from the knight, that he and her grandfather were very close, to which he answered in the affirmative. The girl firmly stated that for this reason, she thought that he knew the answer to her question. Not daring to hesitate, she confidently said that she wanted to know by what criteria the Duke chooses the future head. Hearing her question, the man involuntarily laughed, after which he took a deep breath. After just a few seconds, he looked at her firmly and stated that he was also interested in this question. The man asked whose support she had, since she came to him with such a question. Hilda realized that he believed that there was someone behind her who wanted to become the head of the duchy, but he did not take into account the fact that she herself would strive to become a successor. The Count asked in surprise why she was asking such a question to him and not to anyone else. The Duke's granddaughter reported that she had inherited her mother's incredibly magical power, thanks to which she became a member of the Arpeggio family. She also survived a stay in the Knight Mansion, which most nobles are even afraid to approach, after which she said, "Does he really think that someone like this is not her unable to become an heir?" The man looked at her carefully and changed his anger to mercy, saying that this was not what he meant at all. He added that he was rather concerned that she was a young lady and her opponents were not powerful in the region. The Count explained that she had no need to choose such a difficult path because of youthful maximalism. The knight's father said that a safe and comfortable life was already guaranteed for her because she could choose a path in which she would be loved and protected, and which was ideal for her, to be the wife of a nobleman. He didn't keep her waiting long and went on the offensive, asking what she thought about her third son as a potential husband. Yes, Hilda immediately understood why the Count's people were so kind to her, but she told him that she was grateful that he saw her in such a positive light, but marriage was a distant future for her. The Count said in all seriousness that the early bird gets the worm, and the girl thought that this was a very ridiculous comparison. She reminded him that she had yet to make her debut in high society, so she didn't want to go through the awkwardness of marriage proposals just yet. The man said that he believed that marrying his son and joining the Count's family could be a great chance, but decided to assume that his son was not her type. Hilda understood that this was not the case to get married so recklessly. She knew that if they considered the conditions, the third son of a Count's family and a lady from Arpeggio, with a mixture of noble and commoner blood, would form a fairly balanced couple. The Duke's granddaughter said that their son is a wonderful person, but she does not think of him as a marriage partner. The Count said that from now on she could start thinking about her knight that way. The girl asked if he knew that she was the daughter of Lucia Arpeggio, her mother, who even gave up her noble position to avoid a marriage she did not want, had powerful magical powers, perhaps due to the fact that she was a noble lady and did not seek to seize power. Although the three of them were a happy family, they often had difficult times. But if her gardener father had been accepted as a member of the family, then everything would have been different. Hilda thought that in such an ideal case, her parents would be next to her. The Count said that she had inherited a lot from her mother, after which he suggested that she missed her very much. The girl explained that this was really true, because she lost her parents, who passed away very early, but they loved her madly, and their love for each other was simply stunning. Looking straight into his eyes, the Duke's granddaughter announced that she wished to sincerely love her husband. They would only be with him based on the interests of the ducal family. She added that what she had to achieve now was clearly not marriage. After listening to her, the man told her that he thought she was brave and charming, which made her ideal for his son. He said sadly that he wouldn't be able to tell her much about what his lordship thought, but he would sincerely root for her ambitions. Hilda thought displeasedly that this was not just the inflated ambition of a brave and charming young lady, because she was only doing this to survive. Remembering that terrible night when she was attacked by assassins, it was at that moment that the Duke's granddaughter realized that she would have no other choice.